Hello, please enter your six-digit conference code. Welcome to free conference calling. The conference has not started. If you are the host, please enter your four-digit host code to open the conference. If you are not the host, please press the star key to connect to the conference and wait. We will now connect you to your call. Please say your name. Your host has yet to join. Thank you for waiting. Your host has yet to join. Thank you for waiting. We will now connect you to your call. Conference recording started. The host has joined the conference.
Good morning. Welcome to another week. We're going to start our little reading package before the meeting.
How's everybody today?
Not too bad.
You? Whose idea was it the morning meeting? Yours. What's that, Chris? Muffin.
Rusty brought us all muffins.
Hey, we'll take a gopher check. I like it.
That.
Mike, before you get dug in there, do you have all the budget sheets you need? We have, fire, police, and historic. Is there anything else I need to do?
At some point, Chris, I'm probably going to need the majority of them reprinted so that I can sign them up later, because we're going to do a work session. We're going to go through a lot of the budget stuff ahead of time. I have already gone through the budget and worked up best I could. I'm going to share that with Chuck and Tom And if they're so inclined to go with the numbers, or we'll adjust them today, we're gonna just take care of those and get way ahead.
All right, so we wanna do that later, or can it?
Yeah, no, just, it's fine to wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The zoning officer thing is in signatures, maybe that's in
Yes.
mail?
Oh, yeah, I printed it.
Yeah, I got it, oh, it's over here too.
Somebody else must have printed it.
Duplicate, the effort has been duplicated, okay.
I have to both of them.
So,
How does this?
okay, so, that's the gross.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what that is because
This is minus, so.
yeah, but they're all minus because they have to check them. That's, your retirement system. So again, I'm not sure why that's duplicated there. And then that's again, that's a get, but that looks,
Good, take 6.
that might be low. I think this is gonna need a review afterwards. Yeah.
But does it the six?
No.
Right.
In fact, if you sign it, or?
Yeah, we'll sign it, but
Maybe
that may
one of
need
the
an
companies
adjustment,
borrows the tree.
handled after the fact. Okay.
They wouldn't do that.
They said they wouldn't cut the tree?
Right.
Well, it just so happens we're gonna be down there tomorrow morning with some chainsaws, so we'll take care of it.
All right.
Audrey, did the health trust, changes go through for you to be, to have access?
Not until you sign that form.
Okay, I thought I had to go into the computers, the system and do it manually online, but you're saying this will take care of it. Okay,
That's my understanding.
we'll find out.
Okay, we got multiple notices for. Zoning. Okay, yeah, I got another one. I got 2 in the packet, so.
Well, you have been notified in triplicate. Yeah, that's,
We know that?
yeah, well, it's a functionary item at this point for that particular address,
Okay,
and we need to keep those on file,
we got it.
because we done what we were supposed to have done. We also put that out in another form,
Thank you, ma'am.
and,
The original copy,
That's the original?
and that's another copy of this.
All right.
and those came from us versus, the attorney, right?
Yeah, those are returned from us, I believe.
I thought I saw that one.
fee for the transfer station application.
Oh, I haven't seen
I
it.
talked to the guys, they talked to them, they really like them, so if we can.
Get them in.
Sounds like a good idea.
Talk about a 1-year turnaround. I have not, but feel free to take it. Chris, would you print me off a copy of this, please? You're the bestest. Going to hold the Avatar proposal out for discussion for later,
Okay,
okay?
yep. Yeah, I have a revision to the cemetery ordinance
Oh,
that popped up, that something we never considered, but I'll explain it when we get to it.
all righty then.
Did we get the LP gas in the state bid price?
Yeah, we get a municipal price for that.
Okay, So
AmeriGas,
it really makes no difference which company we use, because it's the same price, right?
I think it does. I mean, AmeriGas honors that. I'm not sure that everyone does.
Okay,
I know that when we had a smaller outfit from up in North Conway come down to look at the boiler, they were very concerned about the gas price. I gave them the gas price and we never heard from them again. So, I don't think they were able to offer that. The tank is ours, so we can shop around if that's an issue. Thanks, Chris.
no, I was just curious. back to us with that.
You might wanna spend a minute looking through that. I'm gonna hurt myself, patting myself on the back, so.
That goes with this one.
You haven't seen this yet, but it's, report of potholes on Elm Street, somewhere in the neighborhood of this address, 26 to 31 Elm. I'm gonna pull that out of the file to add to my, I talked to Ron Evans over the weekend, but I'm gonna keep this for a later communication,
Mm-hmm.
okay? I wanna take something out of there that you hadn't had an opportunity to see.
There's also two big ones on Pine River Road.
Pine River, do you have addresses to those, Chris?
It's close to the, PK Motel, going towards the PK.
Oh, yeah, I think Ron had mentioned those as well when I talked to him.
You can date this, we dating this, or leave it blank.
You could date that, yes. So, Audrey, would you like to set up an appointment for this gentleman with an application to meet with us? I don't have an actual date time to think of that we'd be available, but we'll probably,
I don't know if he's working during the day or not, so. Well, let's ask him, find out what his availability is.
we're gonna stay flexible in this one, right?
I would.
Okay.
We can interview at the transfer station if we have to.
Okay. I'm missing some stuff here. Oh, I'm gonna be here for hours.
I was a little bit more reading today.
Well, I figured we'll save 45 minutes because Brian isn't here today, so.
Almost spit that compliment.
I saw that. I was gonna feel rather apologetic and satisfied. Region Infax. I am assuming this check is for, the election stuff.
I don't know, it says Gophers on it, so it's,
Is it 3,000 something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's COVID reimbursement for September.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's strictly the election-related items.
I don't know what the details were that were submitted.
Well, that's fine.
I can look.
No, that's all right. I'm pretty comfortable that's what it is. The number's kind of consistent with what was presented in my memory anyway. Which just means there's a larger check outstanding still.
Well, we submitted the final application, the receipts yesterday. They're due by the 31st, and it was in excess of our amount. I think it was $25,000, and we have approximately 22 left. So, anticipate 22.
In case some cost comes back to us.
it's already here. It doesn't come back, it just stays here.
Well,
I understand.
we'll be picking up the tab for some other related items.
Yeah, but some of it was in the budget anyway, because it included, fire and police for that time period. So that would have been in your budget, I assume, anyway.
If it was COVID-related expenses, probably not, if they're above and beyond the budgeted
It
item.
was a little bit bizarre to me. Brian included, all of the fire and police for September through October 15th.
Okay, we will definitely get a little clarification and Brian on that one. Okay. No, Dave Strauss has reached out to, Humane Society in regards to some funding requests and explained to them the process of being a first-time recipient. They would have to go through a town meeting warrant article.
Which one again?
Lakes Region Humane Society, they're not one of our, what do you call those? They're basically
Yeah.
nonprofits we fund. Has anybody had communications with,
I don't think so, but because of what they do for the town,
yeah, it was,
definitely. This one.
and that's why I was gonna say, Chris,
I've been in communication with the girl Megan, and she did submit 8 copies for the budget committee to review, but then Dave reached out to her and said she needs another form, and the girl is totally confused. So, I'm gonna have Dave to speak with her personally, because she just doesn't understand the process.
that's yeah, it is a little bit convoluted. But-
Yeah, and she doesn't understand about the warrant article.
Okay, so nobody here has, reached out, that's what I wanted to know, in which case I'll give her a call and see if we can get a greater understanding of just what their situation is and where they'd like to see it to go, and, see if we can help with the process.
I think originally they were just looking for a $1,000 grant.
They have 800,
800?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, they were just looking for one.
Well, again, we can't really give them anything out of our budget this year because it wasn't allocated. So that's one thing they probably need to know.
So Dave's gonna contact them or you?
Dave's in contact with them kind of as a, process of the budget committee. I will be in touch with them as what the board feels that we can and cannot do, I guess, at this point, and see if we can help them through the process that Dave is going to try and put them through. I think you'll be all right with that too, Tom? Okay. Actually, you haven't seen this one, so that might want to just initial it. That's the one I told you about.
That was the latest, this one.
Uh,
Give it to Dave.
Probably. Yeah. Either that or it's in the signature, I'm not sure. Probably was action. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll follow up with. The 10th.
Mike, with the auditors, should we also ask for a contract for next year?
Yes, and that's been sent here,
Oh, okay, good.
so it should be available for us.
We've not received it yet, but the request was made.
Okay, because that was the 1-year item.
That was for this year.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's supposedly got mailed in, so. I thought Tom was dating it for me, he asked me all about that. I don't know if you want me to date it.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. Application. She said it takes longer for a missing pole up there by the fire station.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's been missing for 10 months.
Yeah, and she even brought up the fact that it was taken out by a car. I hadn't even brought that up, so they are aware that that pole is missing.
Perfect. Mr. Strauss, how are you today?
Good, so?
We're doing all right around here. Yeah, I don't know why we have this.
It's just a solicitation, and I was gonna ask if I should include that kind of thing.
Yeah, we take them.
Okay.
We're a municipality with a town forester and everything, but they could go out to bid conceivably on something, so.
And I believe Chris sent it to the Conservation Commission also.
Okay. Give him something to read. Yes, teasing Emmeline, get me in trouble. Biggie, goes the money. If time allows, I'm gonna get together with you, Audrey, to look through one of the payroll items that, Tom pointed out, looked a little interesting. Maybe just a little something different than we're used to seeing, maybe not. Some deductions. Chuck, do you know what the consolidated contract is gonna be, the total amount monthly?
Not off the top of my head, I mean, I've got it written down, but
Sure,
it was 500 and something.
sure the contract's full. I would grab a copy. Gonna need that.
You need the actual contract, you need the price, you need both, what?
I need to make absolutely sure for budgeting purpose
Yeah,
what the
okay.
monthly is.
I'll dig out the Excel sheet then.
Again, I'm sure it's, Chris probably could potentially put her hands right on it.
Do you want it now?
If you have it, if you've got the time while we're still dubbing around, sure.
Oh, I have.
You're, let me just say, ouch, I felt that. Dave, I think this is actually for you, sir. I think you might, I'm gonna reach out and discuss things with her, but I think she might need some assistance from you on that.
You see the email sent back to her, right?
I did, that's why I'll leave that to you to discuss, and if she needs further help from us, I'm happy to help out.
You wanted it?
That would be me. Actually, while you're not doing anything, you can probably
Yeah.
fill out the relevant
Find it.
details. so that's the number for everything.
Okay, great. 7. Transfer station, not doing that. They're not doing transfer station.
No, not as part of this.
Let me crack it out.
Audrey, just so you know, and the other board members as well, we're gonna have some carryovers on contracts this year that we're gonna need to capture in our December minutes with HED. Things for the Pine River culvert and, the PFAS, landfill monitoring. Those kind of things won't be fully paid, most likely in this year. We'll carry them over. I did speak to HED about maybe having a lump sum presented, the final billing for it, for Pine River culvert. Might get that one in a lump sum paid this year, but there might be some contractual obligations that we're gonna wanna pay out of this budget, 2020, carry it over so that we don't obligate ourselves in next year's budget to those bills, because then we'd have a shortfall potentially. Just trying to keep you in the loop of how municipalities work, because I think some of this.
Yes, in my experience, I've had some, like, state or town contact me in the past in my other job and ask for, final invoices. So we've been able to, so they could send us an invoice of their, estimated or lump sum, and then we can pay it to date, and then only the balance or credit would roll over. Yeah.
Okay, which,
579 plus tax.
Alright.
All these quotes were basically for the monthly amount, but they did not include tax.
that tax rate.
Terrible.
Usually around, yeah, it is terrible. It's usually 15 to 18%.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there's so many different taxes.
Yeah.
Give us that first.
Yeah, that'd be good, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fuller.
If you did 680, you'd be close.
I was actually going at 20% just to be
That's
safe.
good.
That one would be $695.
Correct.
Okay.
Does that amount for, municipal buildings?
Yes, because I took out the fire department, took out the, transfer station
And library.
and library. So, well, the library wasn't included in that original number anyway. It was an add-on that I'd asked them for.
Gotcha. Huh. Did, the Crowell's invoice get corrected and taken care of? Was it, what's that, police towing? Yeah. Nobody knows yet.
Restate your question.
Crowell's Towing and Repair had an invoice in here, it looks like it was paid twice, at least that's the notation here.
Yeah, so that was corrected, the, attachment is for 1,000, but the balance due is 800. So, yeah.
All righty, thank you. Why is this banking in here?
What is it?
The banking statements for, it's talking about paying interest. The interest-free period purchases. And there's a lot of stuff that I haven't seen in the folder before, so I'm just.
This is a credit card bill?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just a
Okay.
normal bill.
It's just a normal credit card bill.
We don't use
So
it.
it's one of the line items on the manifest.
Oh, okay. All right,
here are all the pages of backups for the purchases.
okay.
You don't normally see that?
No, I don't, no, usually,
It's the bill to support the manifest.
okay. It's not to say it's not worth, getting used to looking through that, it's just a lot if one sits.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. It's their bills, they're not the cleanest statements. And I'm trying to work out in my head, there's a balance forward of $10,953, and I'm kind of saying that's an odd number because it's not our contract payment. But I'm not really seeing anything breaking this down that makes me think it's anything other than already included contract billing invoice.
Make a call and just ask.
No, I think, outside of the meeting later when it's downtime, I'll just, Gwen has a note on here, so she probably has that, knows what it is. And it's probably just that, nothing above and beyond the regular payment. I won't, deal with that now. Other than that, I guess I am all set. Everybody else is good to go?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got a manifest in the amount of $200,748.42. $161,000 and change of that is our school payment for October. So again, that's $200,748.42. I will make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconds. All in favor, please.
All right.
Hal and I. Signatures, approval from the folders here. We have the Regular meeting minutes of October 19th, Selectmen's meeting. I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Fuller second.
Right, is there any discussion on the minutes?
Fuller, aye.
Aye. Hearing none. Cahalan and I. We have the, make a motion to approve the work session minutes of October 19th. I have a second.
Fuller second.
All in favor?
Fuller, aye.
Aye. Cahalan and I. Health Trust user access for, Audrey to gain access in there and be able to take care of the issues with, Health Trust. And you'll let me know if that flies through. If it doesn't, I'll get you access. Great. Roberts and Green, the auditors, have put in, an agreement letter for this past, this year's audit for last year's. Sir?
Do we know, did they get all the information they needed when they were here last week, or do we have to do any follow-up?
I'm not sure, Brian and I didn't have time to
Okay.
review that.
What I wanna make sure is they got the library stuff, because 2 years ago, there was an issue where it didn't get in on time, and I know they were preparing it. I just wanna make sure it got here, so it's part of the audit. Thank you.
That would probably be, the fastest way to do that is, probably contact Tim Green to make sure he had that. I talked to him Thursday, just as the audit had concluded, and I got the impression everything was all
I
set.
just wanna make sure.
But I didn't ask that question, and that held up an audit in the past, so. And the MS 535 is in, so that is done, and the numbers on that look really good. I think, we did well on our expenses and, our estimates on what revenues would be. We came in significantly, under budget, and we're in good shape, far cry from where we were last year. So that, Dave, that's in, and you can get a copy of that. I know you'll be looking for that. That was prepared by Roberts and Green for us as well.
I guess it's part of their audit, so,
Yes, and
yeah.
I was unaware that that was the case, that was done that way, so. But makes me feel very confident. The numbers are good, so when I looked at that and I said, those are good numbers! Who made this crap up? Okay, they're real.
Guys, get the big bucks.
I will upload that this afternoon.
Okay, great. Let's see, we have an Avatar renewal contract to which we can have some discussions in a work session on. Mentioned that earlier, and we had a notice of intent to cut in the folder, so view of the mail folder, we have the zoning officer's report, and there's an ongoing effort to monitor cleanups of properties that we had reached out to for junkyards. So that seemingly is going pretty well. Approval of a septic system, storage design, and ISDS. State, second Gophers reimbursement, which we covered a little while ago for over $3,000, almost $3,500. Dig safe notification for the school. They'll be making sure that the tent is gonna have no difficulties installing the tent over there.
I wasn't clear if that was completed based on that notification or not.
I believe they do it 72 hours prior to the tent installation, so.
No, it has been completed.
It has
No,
been.
no issues. They
Oh.
already did it.
Thank you, Chris, there's your.
Yeah, that's the way I interpreted it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Eversource and the library stuff, and Chuck.
So Chris was just telling me this morning that they won't take down the tree that is causing the problem. And we're actually doing some tree trimming and bush trimming tomorrow, so that tree will be taken care of.
Okay. And then, we did discuss the missing pole at Lodge Hill Fire Station that's been 9 or 10 months, missing, and they were aware of it, Eversource that is, and, we keep bugging them, so who knows? Squeaky wheel. Lakes Region Humane Society seeking some donations of $800. That's something the town cannot do this year, but we can help them get that on the warrant, for next year. We did not have any provisions in our budget. We weren't, you can't fund things that voters didn't appropriate money for and approve, so. We'll educate them, get them on board. There was a Wakefield public hearing, for a 120-foot cell tower on Route 153, I believe it was. The folks over in Wakefield Town Office can help anybody who has an interest on finding out more about that. There'll be a public hearing. Don't have the date in front of me.
November 5th at 7 p.m. at the Wakefield Town Hall.
November 5th, 7 p.m., Wakefield Town Hall. That's for a cell phone tower.
I probably will attend that one because I want to gather some info about potentially how we might be able to get a tower based on the national work going on right now for the 911, the government money that's out there. I did talk to a communication company out of the North Country yesterday, and he said they're going flat out right now installing all kinds of towers in areas where previously you'd have never installed them because they were so rural. And when I mentioned to him our problem about 30% of the town not having any coverage, he said that's a prime opportunity. Reach out to a couple of entities and see if it's on anybody's schedule to be able to get a tower to cover that, because underneath that federal contract, 98% of the country is supposed to be covered.
Right.
So,
Who was that you were talking to?
Aerial Communications out of Gorham.
Okay.
It's the guy that I had down 2 years ago that I walked up on Green Mountain with, and he basically told me we couldn't afford to put a tower up there at the time.
Yeah.
But he said because of the 5G stuff, it's now a little bit more of a different design than it has been in the past. But he said it would be definitely worth getting a hold of somebody to find out if it's on somebody's radar to get that coverage in place, but we don't have anything today.
And you're looking for cell coverage, not just EMS kind of stuff.
No, it's pure cell. So it's one of those things like at this point in time, a regular police cruiser cell phone or an EMS cell phone would hit it rather than having to use the satellite phones.
Okay.
So right now we have to use satellite phones in the EMS parts of town.
All right. Sounds worthwhile effort. And then we had a solicitation for foresting services, which I'll move past that one. Action folder, we have an application for the transfer station, and Audrey is going to set up an appointment. We have potholes on Elm Street, but there are others around town, and we have had communications with Mr. Evans. He's going to get somebody out there looking at those, and I will touch base with him again just to make sure that's happening. And we had some return receipts for certified mail. Not a surprise. An announcement, the November 3rd Board of Selectmen's meeting is moved to 9 a.m. on November 4th. I expect we'll all be fresh and bright-eyed on that morning.
We'll just literally probably come over from the school and do our meeting.
Right, I have to go right after counting and come right on over. Town administrators' comments. Audrey, you get the whole floor tonight. You don't have to share it with that guy.
So this is a note that was in the file from December of 18, and I guess it was somehow in the audit from last week. There's notes that follow up from Claudia in November of 19, June of 19. There's there was a balance of $4,000 that was paid, I guess, from the general fund that could have come out of the bridge maintenance line item.
Trust fund, yeah.
And do you all want that adjustment to take place? And I'm not really sure if that would affect 2020 or if it would be an adjustment to the 2019 audit.
Unless it was a more compelling reason to take it out of the general fund, and I mean, well, I don't have a problem with it coming out of the general fund. I guess the compelling reason would be to take it out of the trust fund. Trust fund doesn't have a lot of money in it And I would advocate that we have guardrail issues, which are expensive, maintenance on, in fact, I have, something on bridges for maintenance. There's a whole list of items, like the expansion joint that we never took care of that cost us so much money, and that membrane and the, asphalt that's on top of the bridges that's periodically replaced, and, cleaning and a whole bunch of other things. So, I would say, my personal view would be to leave sleeping dogs lie, let that have come out of the general fund, because this year, we're gonna try and make an effort of really just establishing some real significant money building up in that trust fund.
I'd leave it if we can.
Thought, anyway. John?
I'll leave it.
Okay, and again, I don't know Robertson Green if they had a reason, to bring that forward, and I'm surprised, that is the first I have seen of that, heard of that memo, that Claudia wrote. Anything on that, Dave?
You might have not seen a warrant article authorizing the town to take $4,000 from the general fund, which is required.
Is that one, well, it's not the town-owned bridges, it's town, bridge maintenance funds too.
Right.
I'm not sure if that was a BOS or not.
It came out of the general fund, but then RSA, which says it has to go to the town to be authorized to take out. But we do have a global warrant article that was signed some years ago authorizing the select board to do certain things. I'm not sure if that fell under that or not.
We could overspend the budget, the operating budget, provided there was a line for bridges. And if there was a bridge line in there, we could spend on that line. And since the budget wouldn't have been overspent, it just simply would have been okay to, pay it.
We might have been looking for the warrant article, because that's what I usually do, is see if we take stuff out of the general fund, is there a warrant article by the town authorizing it? So
Is it worth a call?
something you want to look at, is that why they're flagging it?
Yeah.
And then you could flag that general warrant article that Brian keeps on his desk, like previous years ago, where the town authorized the select board to do certain things, and that may fall under that warrant article, I'm not sure.
Well, I have the 2018, budget here, so I'll look at the budget to see if there was a proper line item to spend under. And if there was, that answers a big portion of that puzzle. And I would follow that up with a call to Robertson Green to see just what is going on there.
That's the only reason I could think of, like, why they were highlighted.
Yeah, I'll make sure everything's.
Is that for you, or did I?
That's fine. All right, okay, what else you got then? We'll follow up with this.
All right, the refrigerator in here is not working very well. It doesn't close well. I'm sure it's consuming lots of energy. And in the electric bill this month, there's an incentive for Eversource. They'll take away the refrigerator and give us a $30 credit. So I think you can get a refrigerator for approximately $800 to replace this one. Sorry, I don't know the budget of building maintenance line items or anything.
I do.
What the balance is, if we can afford a refrigerator this year.
We can.
Not have frozen half and half on Monday morning. Coffee's important.
Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yep. We can look for a dent and scratch.
That's fine. That's what I actually look for.
Lowe's and Home Depot, you got a dent and scratch on the floor.
Yes, that's what.
We need ice to look at
Oh, please.
All right, so should we look into a replacement refrigerator, Mike?
It sounds that way. I mean, that's what the staff knows there's issues here, so I guess, but.
Can you reach out to Lowe's and Home Depot up in North Conway and maybe even down in Rochester and find out if they've got a dent and scratch that
Sure.
down?
And, are we looking for a certain cubic square footage, I would imagine? Is that one big enough? Is that the right size?
I will ask the staff who's been here.
Okay. Why?
There should be a label right on the inside when you open the door that tells you how big it is anyway.
Right, right.
Okay.
And then maybe we want to cover this in the work session, but a way to open, the lobby area, keep the bathrooms closed so public can start coming in to meet with the town clerk, because it's getting a little cold to go outside for every appointment. So we want to consider, maybe present an opening for that. Deanna thought possibly what they're going to be using for the voting might work, so if we had a table on the inside of the door with the plexiglass, that people could at least come into the lobby, but we don't want them coming in here or the bathrooms.
I know Deanna had talked to me, maybe she's talked to others about that whole, plan, but perhaps in a work session, she could just run over it all, what she wants to do with us, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna be okay with whatever her plan is, but, yeah, that might be the best.
Okay, so, yeah, she, had just caught me this morning on it. I think that's it.
Okay. And again, the, Roberts and Green should have sent, my understanding, contract in, a 3-year contract, so I don't know where that ended up, but.
Put it on the tickler.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him, I have his email, he's been copying me on a couple things.
Okay, yeah, because if you could just simply resend it and we could see it today, we could get that signed up. He did tell me he was looking at, essentially, $12,000 a year, which is pretty consistent. And, I think that we should budget for potential overages when we get to that, because there's things that are outside the contract that can take place. Cover that, that works.
One of the things that didn't happen last week because, they're here to audit, not fix QuickBooks, is, the open issue of the 2019 things that came into the 2020 year. So,
Did they look at that at all to say they could fix it or help us fix it?
I don't know. Brian and I didn't have much time yesterday. We got prepared for this meeting and then getting the next COVID thing in. So I'll reach out to him and ask him.
I'd be interested what they could do, and if they've got an hourly price.
Yeah, I did have a little bit of a conversation in general around that and other issues, and the potential for a better software package. Tim thought that most any software package that we would get that was not really expensive would probably have its own share of issues as well.
Well, it's expensive.
A lot of it is good information in, and that's all it's supposed to be. Okay. Anything else?
No, I am out next week, and then the following week I'm here full time. I believe the plan is, because of the 7th of Veterans Day, Brian and I will have 3 days overlapping, and then, Brian might be here 1 day a week if I need him.
Okay.
So we've set up a couple days specifically where he needs to, train me on doing the monthly, type payroll, so.
So you're feeling pretty comfortable that that's going to work out all right? Okay.
Give me that keyboard.
All right. Let's see, Tom, you're up, I guess.
All right, on the phone system, lady from Comeau, Pascal Coates called me on Monday morning, just filling me in. Next step is in about a week, with the built equipment, they'll come in, set that up. Then after that, there's a few more days waiting, they'll set another meeting up for the kickoff to explain it, go over it with us, and hopefully plug her in.
Okay.
I was supposed to be with the contract last week. My fault, I didn't specify which fire station to go to. So I was waiting at one, he was waiting at the other, but he's gonna give me a call, set something up for Thursday or Friday this week again at the proper firehouse. He did take pictures of the one he was at though, but it doesn't look any good.
Oh, well.
touching on the junkyard letters, I got a couple calls at the house. People who got their letters, things got crossed on the mail on a couple of them, on these two anyway. So they're concerned because they got another letter. I talked with Rebecca, and that's what happened, things got crossed in the mail. At the same time, I would see what they've been doing on their property. I mean, it was all good, you know, I mean, and so I took one guy up on it and one person up on it, and really done a lot of work to it. So they're working on them, you know. All we can ask right now.
Well, you had said something about some other input that was positive too.
I've had nothing but a positive. There's been a couple of wives.
That's the one.
That are very happy that they received the letters.
Their husbands got a little, that's a positive,
You can't get a Christmas present this year.
unintended consequences. That was positive.
Yeah. And then finally on the delinquent taxes this week, it's $491,773.17. That is a small.
Big number, unfortunately.
Yes, it is. And that's all I got this week, guys.
All right. Well, thanks, Tom. Thanks for putting in all the time, coming down here, working with the contractors to get those phone and internet systems up. And drilling the hole for the access to the line.
Mm-hmm.
What was the, final ETA on that?
It looks like it's gonna be a couple of weeks out total. This week was supposed to, or next week, about a week, she said. Should have the equipment coming in. Put it in, and the kickoff meeting after that. So.
Audrey, did you by chance have, did Brian prepare anything for the executive budget?
He showed me what he prepared so far. I'm hoping to have a few minutes to actually flip it into Excel compared to Word so we can calculate things.
Okay.
And I think I can add a few things to it, as well as address your request for the full cost of a cruiser. Would ask him to put together things on that,
Oh, just,
different line items, because, for example, they bought a laptop through Amazon for it, and I guess he wanted to know what the full price of it was for a cruiser.
right, well, the price of the cruiser and the equipment, so kind of two competing things there and total.
Radios, laptops.
There's light bars.
That accessory package.
Exactly.
Set it up, light bars, the whole bit.
And part of that is, for future budgeting purposes, obviously, to see how that all goes with the CIP.
We should have numbers for that from last year, because we did put two of the cruisers into play, and it's similar kind of.
Well, we did purchases last year
Yes.
for this cruiser, for new
No.
equipment, and more this year.
Yes,
So I
based
was-
on the receipts he left on his desk, I can compile those in a few minutes in Excel.
Okay, because there was purchases last
Yes,
year.
that's what he told.
Great.
Chuck, before you, can you just add a pothole on, 147, 149 School Street? I gotta call that too.
Potholes at 147?
Yeah, between 147, 149, it's like,
Okay.
the can't miss it.
Will do.
Thanks, sorry, Chuck.
Go ahead, Chuck, take it away.
All right, Jacob's Glass finished the last window at the library, so we have 8 of them installed, and it now comes time for the town to put its portion of that up, the 10,000. Do I need to submit a bill over to the trustees to get them to give us a check before we can pay that, or can we pay that and then request from the trustees to get the money?
We could absolutely put a request in for the trustees to cut a check for that, but we could also pay it directly.
Yeah, because they're not set up to meet anytime soon, that's asking my question.
Right, and that's where I would say we pay first, because they don't meet very frequently, instead of having them rush in for a
Okay.
special. We could pay that, and then we can put in a request to get it reimbursed to them.
So, now that that's done, and we pay that part of the bill, is $5,000 remaining, which is the other side of the loose plate grant.
Okay.
And I'm doing all the final report paperwork for them now to submit that, to get that check for that. When we get that in, we'll pay that over to them.
Just out of curiosity here, while I'm thinking of things that go on municipal buildings, did we get a bill from Strojan?
I haven't seen one.
So,
I think a couple weeks ago, wasn't it?
What was it for?
Installation of furnace, the new heater. I don't remember seeing it.
yeah, I just would like.
And we had the whole proposal, the 2-page proposal with all the details on it, but beyond that, I haven't seen an actual invoice.
Just want to make sure that, if that got paid or not, because that's gonna be a big line item increase. Sorry, Chuck.
Nope, that's good. Wednesday, I spent 6.5 hours at the library. Their internet blew up, and it wasn't working at all, so, the Wi-Fi system part of it. So they couldn't use some of their computers internally because they're on Wi-Fi, and the public couldn't access anything outside. The speeds when I went down there were 0.07 over 0.02. So it was like going back to the Stone Age relative to speed. I did spend over 3 hours on the phone with India tech support. The router company basically did their first level work on it, completely flattened it, reinstalled, reset settings. It still didn't work. So we went to India, and India got it working. So the good news is that the effort was worth it, and there's now public Wi-Fi at the library. I started yesterday dealing with the FCC for their E-rate program to sign the library up, to get them approved as a vendor. What that'll allow us is, particularly around internet and phone services, we can go into the FCC because of the universal rate that is on all of our bills for different utility stuff. We can access them if they approve it. It means then that the internet and phone service at the library will be discounted by as much as 60 to 70%. So once, it looks like in talking to the lady yesterday, the big part is getting approved and then getting the first setup in place, kind of like putting everything in place for the future, and then submit it. And hopefully next year we'll actually have a capability to do that. If that comes through, or when it comes through, not if, I'm hoping it's a when, then we'll actually take a look at getting consolidated back in there to put the internet and the phone in from that proposal we had when we did this building. So it's a ways away.
Can I ask you, with the
You can.
Work you've already done to date to reestablish the internet down at the library, is that now reaching out into the parking lot of people?
Yeah, it'll actually, once it was done, I kind of checked it, and you can be sitting in your car up against the berm,
Yeah.
over where the light poles are, right against that dirt wall, and you're getting 3 bars out of 3 bars. Before, you had to be snug right up tight to the building to get 2 bars. So, it's all the way around the building. So anywhere on the pavement. There's only one small exception, and I have no clue why, but there's about a 5 by 6 foot dead space near the bulkhead door on the back side of the building. And we can't, but it's small enough that nobody's gonna park there anyway, so. But other than that, there's public Wi-Fi.
So, if I went over with a computer and I wanted to do be on a Zoom call, would that actually support that?
It would.
Nice.
It, again, until we get the speeds faster, it might be a little choppy. If the library was open and they had their 4 computers on and they had 2 cell phones on,
Right.
and you went to plug in Zoom, you might have an issue. Just because we got slow speeds there anyway. It's like 17 over 2.5. It should handle it. But on an off day when they're not there, yeah, you wouldn't have any issues at all. Be able to do that. And we've got a lot of people that have come in looking for that, not only for doing work stuff in their car, but also kids coming to do homework and other things sitting in their car. Now they can do it on the outside of the building, right next to the ramp main door, it actually gives you the public Wi-Fi name and password that you just set up into your Wi-Fi and it'll work.
Good. That's a big help, I'm sure, folks.
I had a patron of the town, contact me over the weekend, about the cemetery ordinance we passed, because there's nothing in the existing ordinance that addresses how to deal with cremated remains in urns to be put in a gravesite. So I modified the ordinance with adding a one-liner in there. I researched with the state laws of the cemetery. You can actually put up to 4 urns in one gravesite plot, but it said in the largest amount of cases, it's limited to no more than 2 per plot. So that's the language I put in there, 2 per plot. Because right now it says you want to put an urn in there, you gotta do a cement vault, you gotta do everything else, which you don't need to do with an urn. Our existing policy just didn't address cremation. And so, the 2-liner I added in there, we can look at it in the work session, but we need to do that. And the updated comments, I had Lenny look at it too, just to see if there's anything else he thought might need to be in there, he was okay with it.
Yeah.
The handout that we prepared with the 1-pager to be handed out here at the office around somebody kind of inquiring what's going on. We've got it here now, and I changed a couple of the words that Lenny wanted clarified. So that's actually ready to go.
Okay.
From that standpoint. Transfer station, started looking at the NRRA costs and revenues.
Yeah.
And I'm quite happy to report this area looks at the computer technology and screens and TVs and that kind of stuff, as well as glass, as well as scrap metal, as well as tires. It looks at the revenue, looks at the hauling charges associated with it. We are almost break even with that. So we make money on 3 of those the way we charge. We don't make any money on the glass. So by adding everything together, we're literally almost break even on our revenues versus costs of that part of our recycling program.
Demo is still.
I'm working on the demo one. I just didn't have all the receipts I needed.
And I'm figuring that one will be short because we allow a certain amount,
We targeted 50% recovery when we did the original proposal, so this will kind of give us an idea of how close we were to our projections.
And then from, numbers from the Clean Harbor guy when he came in on oil collection that Tom set up, it looks to me that, whatever we do there, if we shoot for $1 a gallon for recovery money coming in, we'll still have a shortfall, so there'll be an expense to the town, but it'll probably be 75% offset, something like that.
So, that's all I had for this week. I wasn't able to work on the, personnel policy stuff with everything that's going on.
Okay, well, that was pretty much a very brief little item, and then we can.
One last item, we had some, I'm gonna say extremely good news last week regarding the historic town hall library project. We had a large donation in town and we did qualify for a grant. The information about the grant is gonna be announced in about 2 weeks, so we've been asked not to give any additional details at this point in time. But as a result of both of those happening and the Masons doing their $10,000 check when they did, we're actually within, right now, because of what we've collected since the weekend, we were short 2,500, but we picked up another 1,300 since the weekend. So we're $1,100 short of our goal to be able to do everything we want to do with that project next year. So we've got to raise $1,100 between now and November 15th, and we're hoping people can help us with that.
Now, how far are you off on your thermometer for the L chip?
It's total fundraising.
Yeah.
So it's basically, what we're looking for is what we need to raise to be able to get a match. So the goal on the thermometer is what we need to have in our pockets, not what we're expecting from any other grant sources. So, we're within $1,100 of what we need to for that. And for that fundraising thermometer,
yeah,
we're $1,100 away right now.
Wow, that is fantastic, Chuck. That is a great effort to all the folks that worked with you on that. You did a ton of work there.
And there'll be a media splash. There's a whole press kit coming and everything else, so there'll be newspaper and hopefully radio, TV, because we're part of a bigger group in that whole announcement process.
And the Amazon
Smile.
you probably try to get that out there more too, so you
Yeah,
get
so-
that percentage on purchases that people put in. It's just free. There's no
Right.
cost.
So it's one of the only, I'm gonna call it automated fundraising capabilities you have out there today. For anybody that uses Amazon, if you use Amazon Smile, so sign up for Amazon Smile, it's just another web page, looks the same as the regular Amazon page, except it says Smile at the top. But Amazon will donate 0.5% of all eligible purchases to Effingham Preservation Society. So you choose Effingham Preservation Society, and whatever you buy, Amazon just does it. So it doesn't cost the individual anything. Amazon's just giving us checks. So if you think about what 0.5% is, our last check was almost $43. So that's quite a bit of ordering for people.
And I know that when you discussed it with me, you just took my cell phone. It took them about 30 seconds. And we thought, like, oh, that's great.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to do it with like a barcode kind of thing, if you go to the Historic Town Hall website, Effingham.org, go to the donate tab, go to the bottom. There's actually a code there. You take your phone, take a picture of it, hit yes, and then you're automatically signed up. It's that simple.
We want to probably get that out more and more, especially as Christmas is coming, right? So,
Is the town hall on that? I mean, this town hall?
this town office?
Smile? This line?
I do not know that. Yeah, if you can, because whatever you would order would actually go there. I didn't think of that.
So, Chuck, with the historic town hall, I saw in the budget there's a $2,500 charge in here that's getting applied to the municipal buildings. Is that something that's going to be?
The engineering report that we ended up having to, so Teresa, back in 2013,
Yeah,
through an Eversource grant,
yeah.
got a outside engineering firm to come in and do a complete HVAC study of that entire building,
Yep.
and they made recommendations. We needed to have an updated study so we could go to the HVAC folks and say, here's the blueprint, give us a quote for this blueprint. Otherwise, change orders would have killed us with, once they started doing work from a regular quote. That $2,500 was their agreement to update that $15,000 report. So I didn't have to pay the whole amount again, just $2,500 to do that. And literally, when I gave that to the HVAC folks, I had a quote within a day. So it's one of those things where they're CAD programming systems. They just kind of plug it in, look at it, spit out the proposal. So
Okay, so now is that going to stay on building maintenance, or is that going to get reimbursed?
it'll come out of the trust fund. What
Okay.
Brian had done up front, because the $4,500 that we had, the town appropriated last town meeting from that grant money we received. We
Right.
said, we're just gonna, it went in the general fund, we said, we're gonna move that
Yep.
$4,500 over. He took $2,500 out of that $4,500.
And that was the Historic Preservation Alliance, was that the one that they were involved with? 4,500, I thought it had something to do.
No, yeah, when we originally did, the grant we originally got to do the building assessment report.
Okay,
So we ended up having to put more than that on our share, but we ended up getting $4,500 of that building assessment report paid for. So we paid it out, it was just getting it back in and then using it again. So,
all right. Cool.
and leveraging it, because we were able to double it.
Got anything else over there?
No, that's about it.
That's pretty good stuff. I have tons of stuff, but none of it is really applicable to this meeting. It is more for the budget process, which is going to be really kind of dry and long, boring discussions on that. So I'm not going to bring anything to the table now because we're going to have Chief Burbank and Joe Duchesne hopefully here today. They were scheduled in. I see Fire Warden Thompson in the room. I imagine he's here to talk about things that I'm not aware of, was scheduled, but I imagine, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But we have on new business, which is the police budget review, Chief Burbank for the fire department, Historic District Commission budget, and the Bailey Road kickoff meeting at 12:45, which is with CMA engineers and a couple of the ladies from Department of Environmental Services who've been helping us with this whole process. Historic District Commission budget, has that shown up anywhere?
No.
Okay, good enough. In that case, if, has anybody seen Lieutenant Duchesne?
I did not, no.
Then maybe we should get, Chief Burbank in here and see if he wants to jump in. I saw him around. Out there.
Look at the,
You guys get the police schedule,
Oh, did we?
and then you signed off on it.
Oh.
Remember?
Then that's my bad. My memory has failed me. I'm sorry.
So I just want to remind you of that.
Yeah, because we approved the budget. We already approved, but that's fine.
You did have them originally scheduled to come in today.
My apologies there, Dick. I kind of lost track of things here. So, hey, Randy.
Yes, sir.
Budget time, what do you?
Budget?
Yeah, you want to do your review? Yeah, yes.
You had me scheduled for 10 o'clock.
Oh, did we? Well, I apologize. Would you mind if we?
All right, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Mr. Thompson, I apologize again. Things have been moving kind of fast around here, and I lost track of that you were scheduled. We had reviewed your budget originally and approved it, so I thought that might have made its way back to you. Apparently it didn't, but feel free to, I'm not sure. Feel free to, take the floor.
I got a couple things aside from that. You take that sign down up there, so no outside burning. The governor has listed, has taken that down.
All right. So fire danger is moved off. Good.
And while you were talking about potholes on Elm Street, if you're going towards Ossipee,
Yep.
on the far left side, like it's one up that big.
Any basic, location that you can recall?
I can't tell you. You can't miss it because
Pretty close to the Ossipee line?
I would say maybe halfway between where Farmington Road and Elm Street and town line.
Okay.
As you're going out, it's gonna be on your far left.
All right. We will get Mr. Evans out there to address these. Thank you.
You got questions on this because, it's gonna be a small bill come in for fire prevention. What I do, when a new permit for campfire, brand new, I go look at it.
Yeah.
And I map to see. I don't bother with mileage, that's a pain in the neck. So I'll have a little small bill on the ones I've gone out and inspected. I talked with the chief and I don't know if he's gotten it yet, but we're getting some, phone of the forestry. Out of this, you can only have it for so many years, then you have to do away with it so bad. And, I don't think, the budget, we didn't have no state training this year, if you can understand,
Yeah.
19. So the 2020 budget, you might as well just, you know what I mean? With 19, it's a whole different world.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I don't want you guys asking me a question anytime you've got a question, okay? And I gotta get some paperwork into you on the, reappointments.
Okay. Can I ask you about that foam? Because, are we using that foam, and is that the foam in the truck? So is it like you've mentioned an expiration date? Are we in that?
It's new foam. expires 14 years after you open. So you can have the truck for 14 years before you have to replace it.
Okay,
So, yeah, it's on order. We got some for apartments.
okay, yeah, thanks for that. I didn't know.
No, that's PFAS or whatever.
Yeah, right, yeah, carcinogenic for PFAS.
That's all I got to throw out, I guess.
Oh, well, that's great, not a problem here. I'm sorry we didn't get a message to you, that we approved your budget already, and we noticed that it was a reduction, and like you said, you never put in for mileage here, as I see, and other than that, COVID kind of kiboshed all kinds of training and those kind of expenses.
So I got the paperwork I got to make out, the reappointment for the wards and the deputy warden.
Okay.
I'll get them out to you people. Do you want me to call ahead and get an appointment with you to bring them in, or how do you want to do it?
If you want, you can even just drop them in the drop box outside, because Chris and Deanna and everybody, they get the mail out of there. You know, it's incoming mail. They grab it a couple of times a day. If that's
Just
what you
one
like.
thing, I know you and I have had our differences. That's the point. But anyway, I'd like to go once more to water. I got 49 years in there, and I'd like to get up over the 50 years. And then, once this is over this time, I'm not gonna go for it.
Okay.
That's kind of what I'm looking for. I mean, you kind of understand how I feel. It's up to you guys, how you feel. And we'll go from there.
All right. Yeah, maybe I'll chat you up on that. We'll see where we're gonna
You want to talk to me on a one-on-one, feel free.
Yeah, sure. I think I've got your number, your phone number.
Everybody else does.
Yeah, I imagine. So.
You want to jot it down?
I think I've got it. I have it here. I don't want to put it out on, they're filming this, so I don't want to
Okay.
give out your personal, people calling you. So,
Now, I can tell you one thing, it's all together life, living alone. It's no fun.
yeah.
And you'll have to excuse me, I didn't comb my hair when I come in. Thank you, people.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in.
I did talk, I believe, the dump attendant was gonna bring the, brush Monday, I don't know if he did or not. But it was great, because we got that all approved.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I know he was holding off as of the weekend,
Right.
things changed, so.
Yeah.
I know it was
You know,
still,
we did not rent it.
He hasn't burned it yet, as of Sunday, because I was in there talking
Well,
to
no,
him.
we're gonna do it Monday.
Okay.
I didn't get out, see, so hopefully we can get that squared away so we can take brush again.
yeah, I've been sending people home. People understand. I mean, it's,
Yeah, we had a posters down there.
yeah.
I'll go, you got plenty to do.
Thanks, Dick.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
So is that, we can't burn now?
Yes,
We can take the sign off.
yes. Okay, Chief, I see you coming in with like, oh wow, look at this, he's got a whiteboard.
All right.
Wow.
Put it over here so the camera can see.
Well, we're not televising that yet. Oh, Glenn is,
Don't see the town meeting.
Mike, Joe.
Okay. Oh, he's late, yeah? Snooze to lose. Hopper.
That is a neat breakdown, Randy. This is the data for income coverage. So we'll have a town meeting as well. 2010 is up to the end of September. So I meet with the budget committee, will be updated to the end of October. I said what concerns me is the number of responders during the day. Especially like 10 o'clock one, calls by hours, 10 o'clock. That's trigger 14, 20. And only 2 people show up, so you notice some clubs, there's nobody showing up, one person. This is
that, I can work up for the presentation, I'll be in budget committee.
So 2020 is light in total, but you said that's through September, so there's 3 more months to go, so that's, okay.
I don't see average response changing any, because I'm still busy and people are getting tired, burnt out. We had a call this morning, and 2 guys that showed up along with myself, like, what time do I think at home, they're behind at home.
I know that feeling.
Yeah.
So, I know this is probably gonna be a question, because it's crossed our, my mind, I think our minds collectively, and will come out, is if you're only getting 2 people to do coverage, and I'm gonna guess one of them is you, because you respond to just about everything. Do you have staffing lined up to fill these positions?
We have members right now are willing to work.
Okay, yeah, because I know that.
Guarantee every slot will be filled, but we've got people willing to work.
Okay. Because I know that would be a big thing. If you can't get people now, it makes you think you're gonna get them later, but you've got that covered.
Good.
Cool. Great. I don't know, anybody got any comments, thoughts, observations?
So based on the schedule, so this would be weekdays? Yes. Monday through Friday. And looking at the coverage piece, it looks like it needs to be at least 8 hours, up to 4 o'clock, based on the volumes. And we're gonna go 8 to 6. Okay. So you see the biggest hours, like 7 and 8. At that time, everybody's home. Everybody's back home. Right. With that schedule, so 8 to 6, 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, are both individuals working or multiple people working in this schedule? How do you keep under 40 hours a week so you don't end up having to do any overtime and other things? These per diem shifts. Okay. Straight $150 a shift. That's like that. We can't do what they want. Yeah. No. Sure you got to save on. Like, I'm not sure if it does. No, you still have to. We have to still do the FICA. Save on vacations, insurance. And with this, the way it's spelled out, the way you kind of created it, this would be looking at this coverage starting after town meeting next year to year end. Correct. And the price tag for that is $58.5. And if we were running a 12-month cycle, which we would be the following year, what's that price tag? 78. 73. Okay, 78 maybe. Okay. But I think it would be important to get the FICA match item, whether we have to do that with a stipend or not. How do we pay stipend today with the guys once a month, right? Yes. Guys and gals, I'm sorry. Audrey, can you look and see if we take FICA out of those monthly payments? We don't get anything, we're 1099. 1099? Oh, then nothing's coming out. Perfect. Okay, good. Then there's no FICA. Answers my question.
Okay.
It's actually the least, from an option standpoint, it's one of the least expensive ways for the town to even look at this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't dispute that there's, that the chief is spot on in his assessment of everything is typically presented, and this is no different. That there's a need, there's a lack of coverage, call volumes up. It's a good case for the next obvious level for our fire department. It comes at a yearly price tag, an annual of about $78,000, and there will be those, and I don't argue that there would be no increased cost over time. Everything does creep up at some point. So it really comes down to the question of if the town is going to support the expense. And that, well, that was the conversations, and you weren't available, that we had here, versus trying to put it into an operating budget, and that we felt would be too presumptuous on our part. This is a community decision, it affects the community. So a warrant article to the floor is absolutely the way to go, it's what you've asked for, and so we're prepared to support that going forward. Yeah, no, that'll...
Oh, that's more detail than I was expecting, Randy, thank you.
Do you have this in like a, not necessarily a spreadsheet, but some kind of a sheet that will, do I have that in a piece of paper I can put in my hand, you know, that's,
Yeah, I did, I just close it over there,
okay.
but like I said, 2020 is still
Yeah.
pending, so that's fine, too.
And you'll be able to fill that out come the end of December before town meeting.
Correct.
I would just, when you get this all done, I'd like to have a sheets covering these so that when town meeting comes, we'd be able to, you know, have that as a reference to whatever you got out on the floor that we won't be able to probably see.
And we'll just take a picture of each one of these and just create a
sheet.
couple pieces for us. That way, we'll have, for our handout,
Right.
exactly what the people are seeing on the wall.
And that's important too, because I think this should go as a handout at the door, I think, or blanket all the seats out there or what have you, but this information should probably be the first thing that's available to folks when they come in for town meeting, to give them time to look at it and try to make sense of it all. Great. Since we're on warrant article issues, you had another one, right?
Yeah. $38,000 for new cardiac monitor defibrillator. These are the warrant articles I typed up.
And we have to buy a new one, we can't just replace batteries or whatever?
No, this whole machine is no longer recognized by the FDA. So it's gonna come off the rig, update. February 3rd next year.
All right.
So, here's an obvious, somebody have?
Is there one here too, in this building?
No, this is AED,
Oh, okay.
but this cardiac monitor defibrillator it's a machine that you put on 4 or you put on 16 leads, 12 leads, 12 leads, it's actually 10 now. It'll give you a picture of your heart. And it's basically a paramedic plus basic machine. You have a lever, a button to turn to put it on paramedic. You can't shock with it unless shock's advised. But if you want to override it, only paramedics can do it, and they get a certain switch. I don't know if the new ones come with a key now or switch or whatever. But, it monitors the heart. It'll defibrillate the heart. So we have one now. You know, it's going to come off February 3rd by FDA standards.
What, shelf life?
I didn't know there was one until we got a letter last April saying this was gonna come off.
Nice.
And that was 14 years or so?
Yeah, we got that in 2006, and we updated 2009. The Bluetooth and stuff. Upgrades.
Okay.
Now,
Nice.
this one in here, you know, it's different. Is there a shelf life on these two that we need to prepare for, that it's gonna,
He doesn't know.
That, I don't know.
I don't know that's in here now?
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
the AED.
Different, yeah.
I don't know that either, but I just checked that, I put new pads on, but the battery is low, so I could order another battery. These are special battery, now they come up with 7-year batteries, so you don't have to worry about the 7 years.
Yeah, I just saw that.
So we, order one of them for here. It expires September 30th.
Have we done any kind of course in here to show people how to use that particular unit in that kitchen?
They did when we first got it, it'd probably be good to have another one since
I
we have
think it would be good for professional
people.
Yeah. Good idea.
So, I'm gonna, devil's advocate thing here, something to think about for town meeting. We got new ambulance service paramedic level staffing, response times we've never seen before. These guys are on scene and they make fantastic. They're out of the chute in under a minute. Why are we not depending on them for the defibrillator, Chief Burbank? Why do you need this one?
Well, simple, because we're gonna get there first, okay, especially to get this daytime coverage, that's needed during the day. I get everywhere before they do, with the exception of PK, that area. So I feel that if we have one now,
Yeah.
continue it, because we have 2 paramedics now, with 2 more in paramedic school, so we could end up by this time next year with 4 paramedics. And so, like I said, it's a basic paramedic unit to override. So if they see a certain rhythm that your heart is in, they can shock it out of that rhythm back into normal rhythm.
Out of AFib?
Whatever the rhythm is, it's more than
More than one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, to have this put it on, we can put it, anybody can put it on, just that if you need a paramedic to run, we can't do it, but, like you say, paramedics are coming. We'll all have this set up, we're gonna save them like 5 minutes. And all of a sudden, they come in, they read it, and yep, they turn the key, whatever, and
Okay. So their paramedics, at Action would use this unit and use
yeah,
it.
they come.
They can or would they, I guess?
It's, the one I was looking at was basically almost the same as they have now, it's old. I like interoperability. I mean,
Yeah.
there are ambulance, they have Zoll, and the other thing is if we do use it, we put our pads on, they just give us a set of pads in return, we don't have to buy pads again,
But just,
unless they expire.
and just as, again, bracing for questions that can come up, it's a big expense. You might want to make sure that John Hatch, agrees that they would use the unit so that that argument holds up.
I've already talked to the paramedics,
They don't have a problem.
they don't have a problem, they're the ones that said, we'll give you the pads. That's what it's supposed to do, if we use a airway, they're supposed to replace the airway. The only thing they don't replace the gloves.
Well, I'm just thinking if they were the ones operating the machine, I just would like to know that they would operate that machine.
Correct.
It brings that dynamic into play, along with, you're now gonna have 4 paramedics. Are any of those paramedics gonna be staffing this daytime schedule?
Yes,
Oh, good. Right? I mean,
if they pass.
yeah, but,
One of them, happy to. One of them works and hooks it full time. But his contract states he can't work anywhere else, with the exception of the county lives in.
Oh.
He already made that clear that he was already on before he went to it. And they have no problem with it. But if he would pick one up or not, I have no idea.
well, I don't think, from previous discussions, I don't think we have any issues putting forward the warrant articles. So, from that standpoint, I guess, a lot of this will play out on town, the floor of town meeting. The generator budget you have, there's no change in this.
Mike, would you go back to that, the question?
Yeah, sure, Dave.
Have no problem putting forward the warrant article for it. There's a warrant article, Randy, I'd asked you to look at as far as taking it on the trust fund for the truck and equipment.
I did.
Talk to the trustee.
I did. That truck and equipment fund, the equipment means the equipment coming with the truck. We purchase a new truck. Doesn't mean you can buy whatever out of it. And the other one is I'm not saying capital reserve, but it's an expendable trust, I believe, which is only like $4,000 in it right now.
Right.
Because the rest we have to match the radio grant, which I get those figures. I believe we have to pay out 52 and change.
So, since Dave touched on these things, it'll be for later in our work session, and I hadn't consulted you on them as of yet, and figuring that there's a limited amount of money that we're gonna wanna put forward at town meeting for other warrant articles, because there's some big ticket items out there. One of the things that I'm going to be proposing to the board members today is that we have a number of trust funds that tend not to get funded. They get funded sporadically. And what I want to start looking at is putting a smaller amount than that surprise $10,000 that shows up every 5 or 6 years or something, and start going either, you know, $2,000 or $3,000 in these, so that we get conditioned as a town that these get incorporated every year. It keeps things more steady pace on our budgeting and the effects of warrant articles. So when I was looking at the town, your equipment for the fire department, that was one of the things that's a hit or miss. And I want to start looking at putting in at least like $2,000 a year like we do at the transfer station or PD safety gear. Now, that was an arbitrary number on my part, but at least as a minimum, want to start doing something like that. The other thing, and Chuck knows because we're involved in the capital improvement planning, the latest numbers were somewhere just shy of $100,000 in the account for a fire truck. 5 years from this town meeting, you've got $600,000 scheduled to come in for the pumper to replace that. Now, we also have $20,000 that's still to be appropriated. So let's say we have $120,000 in the account. Next year, you have probably the most utilitarian item up for purchase, which is your rescue vehicle that carries all your equipment. And that was on capital improvement for $75,000. So out of 125, you're going to have $55,000 left if you spend 75. Don't know if all your equipment will be there. So we're going to be pretty close to $100,000 a year anyway shortfall in funding the pumper. So I don't know. Realistically, we're not getting everything we want. I don't see it happening because the town, as Tom stated, we're about $500,000 in tax revenue shortfall this year, delinquent taxes. So that's just something to keep, in mind. And like I said, I want to start, funding all of these smaller trust funds for our equipment so that we don't get every now and then the $10,000 bump.
Well, as years have gone by, usually you replace what you spend. This year I was going to forego that because of the expenses coming up right now. We're still going to have over $3,000 in it. And right now with the COVID out there, I don't know when they're going to apply for grants again. So.
Oh, is that the problem? There's no grants, there aren't money available?
Well, they keep coming up with these AFG with an S at the end. It's for this pandemic, either by protective equipment. We're already getting that from the state for free, so I didn't bother putting any. We're getting it for free, instead of putting in.
Well, I think that's going to run its course at some point.
Yeah. Right.
And again, I don't think that the tax rate will be, completely set off balance if we have 3 or 4 funds that we're essentially going to get less than $10,000 to start getting in a routine funding. So in the greater scheme of things of what you're proposing, I think it's probably still, my opinion, is to start funding that equipment fund because it's getting low. Things are, I look at the bills, and we all do here, the fire department stuff, it's anything you guys buy, it's not inexpensive. All right, generators, you're all set with the same budget as last year. And Chuck, you have a question going forward?
So Randy, looking at your budget for next year, levelized member pay. So if we end up doing this daytime coverage, will that reduce that member pay line? If we get the coverage, that stipend, what you want to call it, will be reduced. Okay. Just thinking, you probably want to come up with a number. Yes, I'm trying to work on it. It's tough to figure out because as you see, 45% of our calls during that time. Yep. So I got to figure out what there's only 2 people responding. Right. But we know there is an offset. I'm thinking you have to come up with a number. Yeah. That would, if that passes, that warrant article passes, then this budget would be reduced by $8. Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, I had that on my budget sheet for your full-time operations. And that's apparently what we're into now. So I have the same question, And I did also have on the mutual aid and dues that, that actually exceeds what your request was. In 2020, it was about $120 more for the dues, and you're asking for the same $6,300 in 2021. Do you anticipate an increase, and is there a reason for the past increase that won't be there next year?
No, the increase came from the insurance we get through,
Primex? No. Yeah.
and state retirement, State Firefighter Association. They have a insurance, used to be $50 a head, they went to $20 a head. That's why we went over this year. I feel that the amount that it's gone over, we can compensate somewhere else in the budget, like, fire prevention. We still have no idea what's gonna be going on next year because of the COVID. This year, we couldn't get into school, they wouldn't allow us to keep outsiders in school. So, that's why we had the open house instead. So, we're quite sure we'll be able to compensate somewhere.
Okay.
The new equipment, it's like blank, it's not a zero and there's not a number, or is there? No, there should be some. Yeah, because okay, you got a different form. Okay.
I have. Yeah, we're gonna probably transpose this on to another form that Dave likes to see.
Which one do you have? Because remember I told you I have to put it on another form?
Equipment,
It's not right?
equipment doesn't seem to have a number here. I mean, it has equipment, and then it has protective gear, and water supply.
Correct.
So we have 4,000 under protective gear, which is same as in 2020, and water supply is 3,000, which is a $1,000 reduction. Is that what you're seeing or not seeing, Chuck?
That is the equipment line, but this is blank.
Yeah.
Yeah, Randy had a different.
7,000.
7,000.
7,000.
Okay. And then when you add up everything, it's still 77,050?
I think you'll find that along with adding 58,500 for the daytime coverage proposal. So you would have to add those.
Yep.
What is it, new equipment, 7,000?
Yes.
So,
$1,000 for protective equipment, which is 2 sets of gear, which we've been buying 2 sets every year because they expire in 10 years. They have a shelf life of 10 years.
so you're at 135,550, Chuck.
Correct. If you're adding in the.
Right, the daytime coverage with it.
Yep.
We're just going to fit that into the budget sheets that Dave is.
So you're taking off that 58.5 off of this because you're doing a warrant article, right?
Right, it won't be a budget, operating budget item. It'll be a warrant article. It's his presentation.
So what you're approving today is minus that?
Will be the 77,000.
I got a copy of that thing without the daytime coverage.
Yeah.
But it's on a different form.
We're gonna try and get,
Filled it out.
we'll make that more of a unified conforming form.
Well, I have this form on the computer at the station, otherwise you gotta try to read my writing.
No, I've been there.
I know. We'll take the form.
We'll take the form, yeah.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right, my fault, sorry.
So, I don't, are you guys, are you all set with, all right, so we're all set with what's been proposed? Yep, okay.
Good.
Then we're good with it, Randy. We'll push that all forward to the budget committee. We'll modify the form so that Dave will see what he likes. Dave, you have another question?
Randy, we submitted questions to you, that the select board has also for the warrant article, now that we know it's gonna come. So they have to, and the budget committee has to put a motion, whether we approve the warrant article or support it, same as them.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I know that the budget committee we're gonna be looking for is the answers that are on those questions. So I know these boards are awesome, but I just wanted you to know that we'll be looking for answers on those too.
I have 11 items.
That's all.
I have 11 questions on my sheet. Sure. There was an earlier one with a lesser amount. So there isn't one replacing the 11 with more.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not at
Or
this,
somebody
okay.
added one.
Okay, just one question on that. What's the EBT? Question 10.
EBT qualifications required, I guess that's probably,
That's the whole question, Randy?
will EBT qualifications be required, sorry.
What's EBT?
I,
That was something Ben brought up about, qualification for a truck, to drive a truck.
oh, right now, we don't,
I assume you would have known what it was, because he knew what it was, I didn't know.
we don't,
You mentioned it,
I did mention it, but
we don't enforce CDL, driver's license for people at the fire department. They're exempt if they wanna be. We haven't pushed it because some people don't want to have a CDL license, for whatever reason.
We have our own driver training program that people have to go through to be checked off the driver. That's the thing with the state, either a CDL or a driver training program in the department, that's a driver training program.
I'll ask Ben tonight at the budget meeting what that is.
Yes.
I'll get back to you, Andy.
Randy, did you have a copy of those 11 questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good.
Oh, and mine's got the answers on.
Nice. They never give me the good stuff. All right, and with that, I guess I'll, unless there's something else, Randy, from you, I think we're all set with you.
One thing, engine 3 did not pass its pump test, and they're estimating about $13,000 to fix it.
Engine 3?
Yeah, the brand new one, the little one.
Yeah.
If you want, we can discuss this later date. I'm gonna do some more research about, it's not getting 1,500 gallons a minute, it's getting 1,400 gallons. We have 4 inch hose, so most you're gonna need is 1,000. So, repair it, not repair it, I'm gonna call the guy, says if you don't repair it, is it gonna get any worse or whatever?
work, you know.
Oh, it's off warranty. But I showed him the pump test results from the very first time
Yeah.
it was done. Those results showed it not passing. Nothing was said. He said that's because they were allowed a 10% threshold. If they would have said something,
Yeah.
we could have had it fixed when it was under warranty.
Exactly.
But nothing was said, and so now we're only getting 1,400 gallons a minute.
But it's still in the 10% threshold, so what's the problem? I think then, you know, just off, unless you find out more that there's an issue here, maybe there isn't an issue here. Maybe the thing was always just underperforming, and that's just, maybe the units all did underperform. So unless you enlighten us with some other information, I'm thinking there's no issue here, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it was 14 then, it's 14 now.
I'm looking into other things because I have heard that Ford, since I'm a Ford, sent a letter to the fire truck manufacturers that these trucks will not support a 1,500 gallon minute pump. The most you should put is a 1,250. I'm trying to find out if that's true. If that's true, this pump should never be put in this truck.
All right. Well, we don't have a problem per se, because it's the same as the day you bought it.
Right,
It's the same performance level.
exactly.
So I'm inclined not to spend $13,000 to fix a problem that doesn't really seem to exist, except it was on.
But it would be nice to have some of the answers Randy's
Oh,
gonna have.
yeah.
You know.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll take more, as always, we'll take more information as we can get it. Yeah, I guess, is there anything else that you need from us?
Nope.
Okay,
I'll take my board to the
yeah, if you're available later this afternoon, I don't know, but if you are, we could take out the ACs. Well, we have a 1 o'clock, conference call, so I guess anytime, you know, give us an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe, 3 o'clock, 2:30, something like that. Are you available?
Yeah, I just have to come on.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I'll be here, and we'll probably be here through 3 o'clock anyway, because we have budget stuff to do. Budget committee's coming in at 6, so unless anybody has some other place to be,
I'm not living here all day.
okay,
I'll come back.
okay. All right. There you have it.
Get done early, give me a call.
Okay. Thanks, Randy. And then Now we'll entertain, Lieutenant Duchesne, who, you snooze, you lose, you missed it by 5 minutes on that clock on the wall, so we replaced you.
My cruise is at 10:29.
It's the clock on the wall, man.
I guess I gotta close it then.
I wouldn't, because this one doesn't stay set very long. Sorry about that, Joe, we didn't.
I'm here, so we just
Went with
the non-issue.
the fire warden, who kind of seemed the natural lead into Randy in the fire department, and then you showed up, and it's like, oh, well.
No big deal.
He put his whiteboards out, I mean.
Hey, it's just a presentation.
Yeah.
Well,
Good job, Randy.
that's the details.
Dan?
These things, okay.
So thank you for, sending the Tahoe off to wherever it went.
Oh, no problem. It's just going to get stripped though, and then we gotta figure out what we're doing here.
Uh-huh.
So, you wanna entertain auctioning the thing, or selling it, I know Oxford ends up selling theirs to like cat companies and stuff like that, they end up buying them.
Yeah.
I guess it's done in the past.
We really don't have a set routine that I recall. I mean, I think the Crown Vic we took it out in the pasture, shot it twice and buried it.
There you go, Feather Blaze and Archer's Pit over in Oxford.
Yeah. We leave the keys in it, we park it at that side of town.
Right, yeah, no, I hear you.
Use it? No, they bought that, possibly. You just missed your opportunity to get that question answered.
I mean, I don't know of any, why it couldn't be used as long as it wasn't for anything major. You know what I mean? But,
They have a
there's demonstrations over there. Correct.
Do the jaws of life to it.
Yeah. So
There you go.
we can see if the fire department wants it for that.
There you go.
Otherwise, any offer, it pretty much makes me happy, take it away, because it has a bunch of things that I think are wrong with it, one being a head gasket.
Expensive things.
Yes, I think I heard the head gasket was an issue.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Well, let's
Yeah,
see.
if you've got a source, gas company, whatever, if somebody wants it, let's look at it.
Yeah, the town usually deals with it, but I can find out who
All right.
they call and
Good.
what they do about that.
But you got a quarter in your pocket, you can have it.
I do.
Do you guys have the copy of the one with my handwritten? Yes, that's one. All right, I made everybody copies. I didn't know if you had one. Perfect.
So,
Wait, need a copy?
I think I've got,
Dave, you got a copy? You do.
Good, thanks. So Joe, one of my questions is,
Yes, sir.
if we're gonna increase part-time coverage, can we do that on the same fuel bill? Because you levelize the fuel bill from this year, but we know we're gonna have more part-timers on the road.
So,
And do we need to increase the fuel for 2021 because of more road coverage? I don't remember what we've already done year to date, but it's not indicative of what the future will be.
I might be able to offer you some help on that question, in the sense that we're putting the excess monies from salaries and, we're looking to bolster, that part-timer line with monies that were typically taken up by other areas that supported the police department, so they won't be recognized. We're looking to add to your budget later.
okay.
But that part-time line
Yep.
will have funds in it,
Yes.
above and beyond the norm. So some of those funds could be either shifted after the fact, or they could be shifted as part of this budget. But to me, it's kind of, since you really have discretion in the budget, if you exceed your fuel line, you could use the salary.
Okay.
I don't, but it doesn't matter to me, I'm
Yep.
scoping it.
My line of thinking with keeping it where it was on the fuel line was, and again, you get a lot of this, I'm kind of comparing to what I know over and on. And we run 7 cruisers, 24 hours a day, and I think our fuel line is maybe 11,000, 10,000. So, I think that's pretty
Fair.
accurate.
Okay.
Even if I get more guys on the road, which is my intention, I still think that will cover it. But you're right, I think if there's a small overage, it'll
You have
be made up.
4,000 left right now.
You have 4,000 left in the fuel line? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, this year is not even a comparison year, just because of, it's
Right.
like, it's gonna be a new world.
Yeah.
You would've had the 40 hours of the police chief driving, and all we're doing is supplementing his hours into the part-time, so he would've been driving his 40 hours anyway.
So, yeah, if we'd had somebody there, but we also had part-time coverage in there for the year, and we didn't use anywhere near the part-time coverage for the year, because we just haven't had a system that's been appropriate till now.
There's nobody here to, right.
But we never cut the budget from what it was prior to that.
Right.
So I'm, first and foremost, the whole effort here was to keep the budget intact, and we asked you to do that.
Yes.
So you preserved the bottom line.
Yeah.
And, you have kind of shuffled some money around in certain categories as how you foresee things to pay out, I guess. I did quiz you on the software because I saw an overage, but you had an explanation for that, so you don't think that that's going to be an issue. And you added $100 to that line, which you explained to me that should hold true,
Right.
not a concern. And then, let's see, out of the first 6 items, I noted to you, Sam's, the equipment and fuel line, there's 4 items that were unspent, and you again said that like radio maintenance is an issue which is extremely expensive should anything, when you have to take care of something. Radar certification, you were looking in to see if that had to be done, and that's an annual thing, I believe you do.
Yes, those are gonna need to be done, that's why nothing's been sent out of it.
Perfect.
Can we do that this year, or do we?
Oh, yeah, they gotta be done this year.
Okay.
Yeah, they gotta be done on a yearly basis. In the radio maintenance, even with the 800, I think like we spoke about, that's on the real low end. I mean, these radios are not cheap. The handhelds, these right here are 3,000, the mobiles are 4,500, 6,000. Usually if something goes wrong with those, it's
So on that, then,
but very rarely does that happen, thankfully. Very rarely.
equipment-wise, we're gonna have, these part-timers coming in. What about radios, handheld and otherwise?
So there's at least 3 or 4 other radios over there that they can use, which will be fine, because we'll never really be running, very rarely will be running more than one person at a time. So there is radios over there for that purpose, so that won't be an issue.
And they're of a certain age that they're still good?
Yeah, I haven't inspected them, but from what I could see of them, they all look like newer, decent radios. So,
Capital
should be good.
improvements plan standpoint, though, we ought to put a category
Yeah, I
for
agree.
radios,
I agree.
which isn't international.
Or something, because, they do, the thing about the mobiles is we'll replace those as we replace the cruisers. So every time a cruiser, we get a new cruiser, we'll just get the radio for it. So that's fine, no problem. The portables, we see them last, quite honestly, to stay up with it, probably 5 to 6 years, portables are lasting. So, and the Motorola makes a good product. So, the radios really haven't been a huge issue. And a lot of the stuff is issues that, the local guys that know how to fix radios around here, other, like one of the deputies does it, stuff like that, they use it in here. If it's a major, you had to replace one for whatever reason. Right.
I guess that's probably the thought, you know, if they're all of the same vintage and we get into that cycle with the place. You may or may not have heard the discussion I had earlier with warrant articles and funding with regularity every year a small amount to trust funds we have for police equipment, fire equipment. That's kind of a thing that I want to make sure that we're proposing, that we fund them every year.
Sure.
It stabilizes the amount of money we ask for in warrant articles. It stabilizes some of the budget issues. So we'll be looking at that, and probably down the road, we'll probably need to take a good look at the needs your department would have related to equipment, so that we are funding it at a a reasonable level. That way we don't have a spike year.
Depending on what we have in the budget, something I do need to look into, obviously, aren't really, just to give a heads up, is we have 2 brand new 9mm Glock firearms over there that I would like to trade towards a bigger caliber. Quite frank, and 9mm, just law enforcement got away from it for a reason. I don't know why they bought the 9mm caliber. They should have at least 40, 45. So I'm going to be looking at doing a trade towards, they're brand new, I guess. So trade towards 3 new 45s. That will give us me, Ian, and a spare. Because if one of us gets involved in the shooting, God forbid, you're done. You have issues with that.
I think it was after they were purchased. That was my thought. I got a 9mm. I hated it the day I bought it.
You know, anything's gonna hurt if you get hit with it. I tell my wife that because she's like, I want to carry 22, whatever. That's fine. I mean, anything, but we deal with people that are on massive amounts of drugs who I've seen videos of them getting shot with 45 4 or 5 times and they're still coming at you.
Wow.
So you gotta have what. So that's an intentional.
Can you do that one before you rent?
I'm sorry, yes, that's I'd like to do it.
Okay, that would be my preference.
Yep.
So the other thing I was looking at here, we discussed, was postage, which is a here and a there. Wasn't really much against that, but that's one of those. It's a $100 item, not worth discussing. And dues, $100, which I think you said that was to be part of the police chief's.
Yeah. So the dues is typically raised for things like, the Carroll County Chiefs of Police Association, because you got to be a member of that. And then you have the National Chiefs of Police in New Hampshire. Those those are optional, but the county chiefs get paid to them. It's around $70 a year. You gotta give them. So that covers that pretty much.
Yeah, the dues are for the chiefs.
I want to say 150. Don't quote me on it.
No, I was just curious.
I think it's right on.
Okay.
Well, the Carroll County one, we should probably get that to them. I mean, they were very helpful to us.
Well, fortunately, right now, I'm already a member through Ossipee. I'm the president of the Carroll County Chiefs Association now. So.
Will you be able to retain that in your part-time position, or?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, perfect.
I believe so, yeah. So, it won't this year. It'll be next year.
Well, what about from the perspective of the town being a contributor? Is that some status that we should?
No, I don't think so right now, because, if right now it would just be nobody specifically from Effingham PD showing up to the meeting. You know what I mean? So I'll just.
Okay, I got you.
And any information I garner, it's that Effingham. That's all.
You have long talks with yourself on the ride home?
I do, yes. What's going on? Okay.
All right. Glad you guys get along.
I'm telling you, sometimes we don't, though. Sometimes we don't, and that makes for a long day.
And as Mike said, we're not expecting any increase on the EMT software?
So there is gonna be a little bit of an increase, every year they increase it. That's why I upped the software line.
All right.
$150.
Okay.
So,
Every year they increase.
due to your willingness to stay with us here next year, which we are grateful for, we realize that there's retirement funds savings and insurance savings, health insurance, that is, that would no longer pertain to you, but it would pertain to another chief. So we'd like to preserve those funds, and to do that, we feel we would put them into the police budget. That way, should you have a change of heart next year, and we've taken some of those funds and applied them to other needs in the town.
Yeah.
But we're looking to, or at least I'm proposing to the other board members, to hold on to $40,500 of that, because if we needed to replace you with a full-time chief, we would need to have those funds available under public safety. Police is part of public safety, to bring somebody else in. The other thing we would be looking to do with those funds, and you've given us the opportunity to do this, is that you have a large contingent of professional police officers in the area, already know the area, come with equipment, and are willing to work for the town of Effingham, and we could pay them for the much-needed services that we basically had neglected the town in the last 3 or more years from really having any police presence, and it's kind of making this, well, I don't need to tell you what's going on. So that is going to be our recommendation, as far as I know, unless these two gentlemen correct me at this time, in case there's anybody has a change of heart, or we haven't fully vetted this. But I'm recommending to them that we add that $40,500 to the part-timer line, and since it is a bottom line budget, should some of that money need to go to fuel or what have you, then it could be used that way, and it'll be to bring in those part-timers, as well as another year of having good patrolling and making a difference out here, and you having a better feel if you still want to continue on with us. We would probably look to reduce that to another degree.
Sure.
In just assuming that maybe the level of patrols that we are putting out won't need to be sustained any longer, that the desired results is about a reduction.
Yeah.
Or the problems of the past is we haven't been able to put officers out there and it goes unspent. And there again, if we can't get people out there, we probably look to make a reduction either way. So
Sure. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
So that's what I'm proposing, and I'm hoping the board supports that, and in which case we'll be presenting that to the budget committee to keep the level of funding that you're being a part of the department allows us to bring in from other budget sheets.
Sure.
And
that was $40,500.
yeah, that's what I came up with. There'll be a shift in certain health insurances for another position elsewhere. So there were a few considerations to come out of that, but yes. So that would actually, the budget I'm looking to propose is $232,913, which actually is a reduction from what the police department was costing overall. It's just it wasn't all on one sheet before. That's what the 40,000 added, right? Right. And I know again that you and I had an opportunity to speak without the other board members having been privy to that. You do have a fair amount of money in your budget, and knowing that you'll be looking to bring in other officers, you may have some expenses that we probably cover this year versus next year if you know what your needs are. And that certainly goes to any office equipment upgrades. I heard about a copier in the past. I don't know what's out there that you need. Ammo if you need, which is always, it's very expensive these days.
Yeah. It's good to get on ammo now though, because it's getting harder and harder to come by. And also we ordered
Wow. Yeah, well,
But take what you can get.
AMO, if you feel a need to supply, get some supplies there. And, certainly, any office supplies and uniform items. I know you talked about doing some kind of, inexpensive versions of the uniform, which were like, t-shirty kind of, maybe not t-shirts, but.
So, no, the polo shirt.
Polo.
So, some of the patrol guys like to wear polo shirts, and I can't stand polo shirts with these uniforms, but these ones, I've gotta say, are nice. I had one when I worked in Freedom. They looked like a dress shirt. They actually have bells and stuff. So, I'm letting them get those for their patrol work. They're slightly cheaper, and, but I give them the option if they wanna wear the dress shirt. And most of them, I think, are all included.
Okay. Well, I was, my thoughts initially through our conversation were just that if you have commitments by these officers,
Yeah.
that, potentially outfitting them some
Yeah.
this year would be advantageous to your budget for next year.
Right, okay.
And you said you were gonna get new badges, right?
Got it. All that, yeah. Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, the only, so, Ian and I have a nice dress hat. I think, for the part-timers, just for comfort and ease, I'd probably get them the nicer fit ball caps that we wear in Oxford. It's just for those guys that work at a nice name, because they're not around anybody other than the public when they go to a call or whatever, so they're not a huge deal. So that's my intention.
okay. Great. That's pretty much it then on our end, unless you had something for us, and if there are concerns or needs you see upcoming that we.
Nope. No, the only other, the telephone increase, that was just for, putting the air cards for the MDT and the new cruiser. So they get outfitted, which is the mobile data terminal.
How did you make out with cell phones? I know your cell phones.
Yeah, Ian's working on that right now. You can see it on the whiteboard, it's on his giant to-do list. So,
The giant.
what he doesn't know is I'm gonna go erase it and move it closer to the.
Yeah, I would think the clock on the wall is saying
Yeah.
this one should get done this year.
Yes, it should, because right now I don't even have them, so his work's fine, but. And now all our Occipee emails got hacked, so that's all done.
Really?
I can't get any emails for Occipee, I can't even imagine what I'm getting. But I can't get anything, so it's pretty, the whole town's in that.
Ah.
Yeah. They're learning.
We get the right security.
We have been getting weird emails, I just delete them, I don't even look at them.
Yeah, so like the next week, if you get anything from Occipee, I would just delete it, don't even open it.
Switching gears on you,
Yes, sir.
dog officer.
Yes, dog off.
So, I remember last year's discussion on that.
Yep.
Ian and Joanne talked about a number, not knowing what the real call volume's gonna be.
Yep.
And this year we've got several months of call volumes. Do you know if that's still a good number for her, or?
Do you know what the call volume was? I didn't see
It's
it.
up.
I think it is. I think it's fair, because I can't imagine she's running around that much. Does she get a lot of work over here?
We did at one point.
We give her a fair amount of opportunity, but I don't.
No, I just would like, just to make sure, just give her a shout and just ask her.
I will.
Just,
I will. I will. I will.
cause I know at one point with a couple of the residents, if we had regular calls, it was more than she expected. It was coming over.
And with that, again, I don't think you probably need to change anything with that, because we have a bottom line budget, and if you have funds that you don't expend, part-time salary, say, out of your budget, that we
We
could
could use
use in the greater pool
Okay.
to shift to cover Joanne. But should we get to the point, going through things at the end of the year, and it comes around that these can be altered all the way up until like the first week of February.
Right, okay, yeah.
So, if you do say, hey, there's some changes, and these are the realities, and now you wanna shift money, we're gonna do that. All right. copy of her call volume.
Only spent 800 so far, so.
She's only spent 800?
Well, she's getting a flat check a month.
Okay, that was my next question.
So she gets paid $200 a month for no matter what. And I know some of the volumes were pretty high, so she was not making much money.
They decided that we had 9 dogs last year, and they've got 5 from Effingham this year, and that was this week, they told me that. So,
5 for the whole year from Effingham?
5 so far this
But
year.
she's had a lot of calls out,
No,
searching for dogs and delivering dogs to the back to the house, so it's not just Lakes Region, it's volume.
So do we see a bill from, Humane Society so far for anything?
We have a, they don't bill it.
Oh, they don't?
No, they were waiving,
That's why they want the 800, because they haven't been billing us every evening.
they waived the fee 5 years ago. Even though we've been supporting it in the budgets, and that's why I put in the meeting line in the talk to her. She wants to put that in, put the fee back. We can put it back in the budget, approve at the town meeting, if it's already got it in the operating budget. Always had it, we just took it out when we put this new dog officer in, because they weren't charging.
Yep.
We left a line item in, we just zeroed it.
Yeah, so that's the problem for us right now, helping them out. There was $1 left on that line.
We could have got
Have some flexibility here.
yeah, exactly. But you could get something in April, if you get it approved.
Right, yeah.
Well, you guys agreed to go that way, and I think you did by telling me that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I mean, with
Yeah.
the whole COVID thing, I mean, their letter to us today, the whole COVID thing, their fundraising's been like way down, and they still haven't been hitting us, so I'd be in favor of it.
Yeah, I would help them out.
I'll know tonight when the budget meeting, I'll talk to her after this is done.
Okay.
When you're using a service that somebody's providing, I don't have a problem paying for that.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not even a full rate, so.
So you're gonna leave them at 2,400?
Yeah, until, should other information come forward and that needs to be adjusted, and then Joe will let us know, and we'll.
Did you approve for the police?
232,913.
Everybody?
I'm good.
I'm good.
913?
Yeah.
And that's 40 added on to his salary part-time one, right, Mike?
Yes.
40,000.
So when I do the new sheet,
Yeah, I got
40,500 there.
86,753, Dave.
yeah, that's right. Okay, just wanna make sure that I'm represented.
That's the part-time number?
Yes.
86,753.
Yeah.
So dog officer was approved or was waiting?
It's approved as it is right now.
Yeah, it's approved. It could just, everything's subject to change as it goes through the process with the budget. So I guess, Joe, unless you had something for us, any updates or anything, we're through, taking up your time.
Kate Davis is suspended, so on the lookout for her. So if anyone sees her driving around,
Yeah.
I'm gonna bang out a warrant for $1 today. Happy. So hopefully mom and daughter can share holding bills.
Really? And what about the mailbox? And what about the mailbox, violation?
That is, well, as far as the mail being delivered,
The blue barrel.
The barrel.
that's what's coming. There's gonna be a criminal charge coming for that.
So, I'm still looking for some receipts of delivery on mailboxes and,
Oh, those have been served. Okay.
okay,
So we do a return of service
yes,
when we do those.
right.
You want a copy of the actual return of service?
Well, we're gonna need anything we sent you out with dates so that we can enforce, because they're right-of-way stuff for more than just that one individual. And we may have had some papers served on, that particular residence as well, because we've got, certified mailings back. But I think we opted to do them first-class mail, certified, and hand-delivered.
Right.
So since we know none of that other stuff is going to get acknowledged, those hand delivery, the items, those are gonna be important, and they're gonna have dates.
Yeah, those are the returns of service. And when we serve them, we take an incident and the computer and they get filed.
Okay.
But they can be accessed at any time, but if you want copies of them, certainly get, so you have them
Yes.
for whatever you need.
Could you please get us those, because that's important for our timelines, because in some of these letters, either it's for legal purposes with the courts or our attorneys, or we added timelines for responses. Say the mailbox was 10 or 14 days for people who, have obstructions in the right of way. We put that timeline out, and once that's met, we're planning on removing those obstacles. If we're letting them have the opportunity to take your property and remove it, but if you're not gonna do it, we're gonna do it for you, so.
Exactly. Well, the blue barrel will be coming anyway, so we'll have to hold on to that.
Well, that's the other part of this particular conversation. Do you want us to have that blue barrel removed as part of the time frame we gave them and bring it to you for evidence?
When do you plan to do that,
I don't know, because I haven't got the return of service.
We'll just get it where it's technically gonna be evidence.
Okay. Perfect.
We'll just grab it. And that way, the chain of custody is
Yep.
the way it should be, and no one can say that you guys tampered with it or anything like that.
Like 2 naked ladies on the side of it or something like that?
Exactly, that's
Okay.
right. That's right.
All right.
None of that.
None of that.
No, we'll just take it and we'll store it, we'll call it good.
Okay?
I'll get you the return of service.
Appreciate it. I don't have anything.
I'm good.
No, I'm good. Dave?
The only thing, Joe, is just so you realize, your November 10th budget committee meeting, typical question we get is status of all the cruises.
Okay.
So if you don't know it, if you could just have it for that meeting.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. Certainly do that. They're actually all pretty good. The one I'm driving right now has got to go in and having some issues idling. I don't know what it is. I send that over and what's going on with that. But other than that, they all get the new ones in. It just needs to go to two-way and Portsmouth to get completely outfitted. So we should have it back and anticipating a couple of completely done.
You had a drop-off date for Portsmouth?
Ian was getting one. He hasn't told me what it is yet, but he said the car should be ready by the middle.
Be nice to have it before the holidays.
Probably next week, and then it'll take him a week or two to finish it up.
Oh, I'm tempted to ask for, I go on patrol with you for an hour or two for that new car feel,
Anytime.
Great, thanks, Joe.
All right. You're very welcome. Any other questions? No?
Yep. See you outside the door a minute.
Okay, very good.
Something.
Yep, very good.
Can I get some non-budget for a second?
Sure.
You wanna see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, the mailbox you have here in the office, that's just dropping in a little.
Yeah.
You think we should begin a secure one? We got secure mailboxes for zoning, for planning, for budget, and I think that, like, I put something in the other day, I think should have been in a secured.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The door's locked when we're closed.
Are you, secured from who?
Well, I mean, just, who's allowed to get the mail, I guess? Just you?
Ian.
Okay.
Yeah. Ian. Yeah.
You feel you need a secured box, or you think that's secure enough?
Well, that hallway gets locked, and you guys have access to the office.
It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Yeah, I mean, it's just us that goes in the keys, guys here and stuff, so. I think it'll be all right.
Okay.
I think it'll be all right. If it changes or whatever, I don't know.
All right.
Where they get their mail now is like close proximity to the town administrator's desk, so I don't think anybody's going in, nobody accesses that, unless they're putting something in there. There's something more sensitive that just.
Yeah, I can touch base with you later.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if you know something that I may not, maybe it might change things.
No, I was just concerned on one article, and,
Okay.
I thought it would be later.
But I would think too, from a standpoint of like some of the selectmen, you have a direct line
Right.
to the officers. That's a more prudent way of getting something sensitive.
Also sealed envelopes.
That's it.
Okay, that was all.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Sorry to bump you for those fire guys, you know.
No, it's all good, I'm used to that with those guys.
Well, when you get all these other guys in, you can field the softball team, and you win the trophy, you get to go first.
That's right, and I'm used to it, right?
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Um,
You sign all those, Mike?
I will. I think Thompson's was already signed.
Yeah, already done.
The fire department one needs to get put on a proper form so that the budget.
Oh, that's okay, you can,
I have to see what you have.
Well, Chuck has it. I have, let's see, Randy's form is,
He gave me something, and I said, they're gonna want it on one of these.
that,
Okay, I submitted,
yeah, Chuck has a copy. So we'll probably just make a copy of what Chuck has, he probably kept up with.
okay, 'cause I copied that chart on that new one. But I had omitted one line.
It's okay, I'm gonna read them, as long as you the bottom line number, sign it, like,
Yeah,
I got the numbers.
yeah, so for, dog officer is one that just needs to be signed.
Same, right?
Yeah. At this point in time, it'll just be the same. The PD change. Emergency generator, where's that? Got five Randy's. Yeah, the other pile, next to the other pile, Okay, there's Randy's stuff, so generator. I'll get it to you, Dave, I'll get it. There it is.
Okay.
And I wanted to go back over one of the budgets, if we could. Have it got, Chuck, I believe, has Randy.
What do you need? Randy's, I've got, yep.
You have one in the right format. In which case,
This is the original one to sign.
has the 77, right? Oh, 7750.
And I wrote in the section, so it's there.
Right, okay.
So this is the correct one.
Yes. And the supervisor of the checklist, Dave, just so you know, when we were looking at that one, some discussion pieces came up about mileage, because it wasn't showing. And, there was a discussion about $360 for an all-day, 3 individuals spent at the school, meeting in February, the school board meeting on the budgets or elections. That was the election, that's what it was, approving the budgets and whatever that was all about. So those funds were not showing up on the supervisors of the checklists, that $360 worth of salary. So my recommendation is to put that money in because it's not accounted for in the salary line. When I got the breakdown from Carol Pfister,
How much, Mike?
it's $360, assuming that everybody will attend again this year, and that's an assumption on my part.
And that's for school attendance?
Yeah, it was a school board meeting or the school meeting in February. So, He had, 1290, I'm saying add 360, that would be 1650. And anybody can chime in and tell me that I'm making an error, or,
Good.
okay. So we had, 2156, and we're adding 360 to the bottom line there, which is 2516. All right. Tom, you all good with that?
Yep.
Okay. That one's done. All right. That point, we have executive. That is the one item that I still am going to be looking for information from both Brian and Audrey on. The biggest item, I think, just before we take a break for lunchtime hour here, is some of the things I went through on trust funds. And let's see, what's that? 4901 warrants, expendable trust funds 4916 and 4915 for the capital funds. And Dave, I changed some of your forms around because there was a mixture of items in there that shouldn't have been. There were things populating the document that might have been trust funds mixed in with capitals and vice versa, whatever it was. So I took some liberties. So, let me see. Okay.
What were those numbers? I don't think I'm prepared for this. I wanna get them for Audrey.
Sure, their, other warrants is 4901. And then you're going to have, capital funds, which is, trust funds is 4915.
Yep.
Yeah, and then, 4916 is expendable trust funds. Any event, what I'm looking at for other warrants for the board was this broadband initiative that Chuck, we're gonna put forward, which is no money.
No money involved, just body count, volunteer body count.
All right, and then, Bailey Road culvert, we had been discussing that we're gonna wanna allocate at least $50,000 to have money for the implementation of the culvert structure when we get to that. That will probably not be enough money, but we wanna start funding that. And we need to have some money available to go after a grant, should that be a part of the consideration. So what I'm proposing is $50,000, with $25,000 offset coming from the general fund. And I believe we can do this because we did well on some of our projects this year, so we should have that money available, and that way we'd only be funding $25,000 from taxation. And as we get closer to the time to discuss this in January, this may change, but I wanted to have something on the table for Dave and all of us to consider. There's more information in our audits, we close the year, it could change. Road reconstruction, we're going to ask for the $250,000, which is kind of become the commonplace to look for these days. I am seeing a potential offset of $40,000 there. Ron Evans may get to do some work on Pine River Road that would be encompassed in this warrant article on this year's operating budget. Should that happen, great. We'll ask for $210. Should he not get it done, I would say we still ask for $210, but we again take $40,000 out of the general fund of lapsing funds from our operating budget. So in both of these cases, we can reduce the tax impact on warrant articles. And I think that actually puts us right in line with the same amount, actually a little less than we were asking for last year on the warrants. So for us, our board, I think that's a real positive, impact for the taxpayers. Now, the negative or downside of that will be determined on the floor, will be the 2 warrant articles Chief Burbank put out. Defibrillator, 38,000, and, daytime staffing at 78,000.
No, 58.
You're right, 58.5 this year. I guess I was looking at it as the long haul. So, right, I'll, adjust that to 58.5, I believe. So,
He gave you both, written up both.
yes. So 58,500 plus the 78,000. That's 136 from Randy. 136,500.
36 and 58 is how much?
36
for the defibrillator.
38,000 for the defibrillator, and
58,500.
58,500. That's 96,500. That makes more sense. 96,500. And the Board of Selectmen was looking at 235,000 for the warrant articles for road and culvert reconstruction. So that would be 331,000 total.
That wasn't counting Bailey.
Yes, it was.
So the 235 included that 50K you were talking about?
Yeah, because what?
25K, I should say.
Yeah, we're really looking at 25 and 210. So I thought that perhaps you would appreciate that we're making that effort to reduce it, Dave. So yeah, so that was my initial go round, and just throwing it out to you guys. Should that be something you want to discuss or you want to think on, and we'll get back to it later. I think a lot of that's going to evolve as we close out the year as to what we feel comfortable we can or cannot do to reduce anything. So I think the next year's tax rate, well, the valuation of the town, there's basically a rule of thumb. The valuation is going to increase, and the rule of thumb is that if we're going to be at $210,314, that's a rule of thumb number used off valuation. You divide that into the warrant article that we're proposing at 235 for our board, you're looking at pretty much like $1.12 impact on the tax rate. And that should be less than our impact last year. And the dollar should go a lot further because we were dividing the number by 167,310 last year. So all things look like we should have a much lower impact. So anyway, moving on from that one. 315. That is capital reserve funds, and what we have on that is there's only 3 items that are really capital reserve funds here, and that is the fire truck, police cruiser, and transfer station. Aquatic plants used to be, until last year, till town meeting, that's no longer capital. So these 3 items, I'm proposing still $20,000 for the fire truck, and I would like to really see that go higher, but in light of what the fire chief is asking for, I don't want to sabotage his efforts by running up the meter on some other categories. So we'll stay with, my thinking is stay with $20,000. The police cruiser information that I've been seeing, if we're going to do a 3-year rotation, that puts the oldest car out at 9 years, which is a stretch, but Joe thinks he can make it. I would say we're going to need to be budgeting $15,000 for that. And the transfer station...
And I think that's the CIP now was 15 too.
Yeah, the CIP is recommending an increase as well, because they've done the math as well. And I believe they have the same rotation numbers. So that brings us to transfer station recycling, which was $2,000 is what we put in typically. I won't add in the Parsonsfield Mutual Aid number, which is essentially free money to the town that they donate to us. So that brings our capital reserve funds up to $37,000 is what I'm projecting here. And when I cut all the stuff that was mixed in last year on the form that wasn't really capital, like the voting machine, planning board, the aquatic plants, those are out of there now. The true number from last year was $32,000. So it's that $5,000 increase in the cruiser. So, anybody, any concerns, questions, Tom? Nothing? Okay, so.
Run those numbers by me again, Mike?
Sure, we had 20 on the fire truck, 15 on the police cruiser, 2,000 on the transfer station, and there is one other capital reserve fund the town does have, and it's town-owned bridges, but we're electing not to fund that this year because of the impact of the culvert at Bailey Road. Yep. Okay.
An aquatic had changed, you said, maybe?
Yeah, that should have never been a capital reserve account, so it was changed to a expendable trust fund last year.
Okay.
And
the total comes to 37?
yes. So I'm going to sign that one up for you, Dave, so that you have that. It'll be a real jump on things for your committee to look at, I should think. And now the next one is the trust funds. And here again, this one has a lot of the changes. So we added a bunch of things in from the other form that were mislabeled, I guess is what I'll call it. And we're looking to add an emergency management replacement fund for generators. I'll discuss that. So I'm going to suggest $2,500 because in 10 years' time, that'd be 1250. Or 4 years' time, you'd get 10 grand. Essentially, one of these things might go to 10 grand.
The only one I'm worried about is the one for school. That's a big one.
Okay. Well,
these are smaller. We could probably do them for 10. That one you're not going to do for 10, I don't think.
Well, and that was my thinking is we haven't put anything.
No, I know. We need something.
So
establishing it, getting it going, and then fine-tuning the number next year, I think.
Exactly is my thought. It's to get something in, and I also wanted to stabilize, my whole plan here was to stabilize the tax rate as far as requests. What did we request last year, and can we stay within that budget of both warrant article items and operating budget? So as close to the line as we can get. And this came in to be just over $1,000 less than last year with everything I've put together, just so you know these three forms. So establishing something at 25, I thought would just get us our foot in the door. Voting machine, we asked for 24 last year. I'm just moving that up to 25. I don't know, and the call has to be placed to the state to find out what they're going to do with these things. Because with COVID and everything else that I think we've seen, and with doing the tent, I think the voting machine might be.
We're timed.
I think we've gotten to that point. So that pretty much gets us in the ballpark of being close to be able to purchase one. And right now, close is good enough for me because we don't know that they've approved this next round. So we might still be out a year because of inaction at the state level. Aquatic invasive plants was $23.40 last year. It was 16 something the year before because it's just a replenishment fund. So that I talked to Emmeline. There's still work being done from the guy who's mapping and doing all this stuff. So I put 2,000 down as a placeholder, kind of a middle of the road number. Land and planning and land use with part of the capital improvement planning is a warrant article that we funded $1,875 last year. A big chunk of money got taken out to the contract with Lakes Region Planning to get our plan established. My thing here is throw in $1,000 a year till we hit like 10 grand or something and call it good. So that's what I put in grand. The fire department, again, I put down $2,000 so that we're just it's something that hasn't been done. The chief didn't seem like he was under pressure, so I think the number's good, $2,000. And, unless somebody says otherwise.
All right, equipment line?
Yeah, for, fire department equipment. And, you know, I put some ballpark target numbers in here, just off the top of my head, to when you'd stop funding something, but.
The planning and land use, are we required to update the master plan in any given time intervals by the state or anything?
No, actually, you know, a rule of thumb in a perfect world, every 10 years is kind of what you want to do, but it's not mandated. Another thing you can do is you can do a chapter. You can just simply, as a board, do a chapter a year. We don't have all that many chapters, and updating them probably wouldn't even cost money. And if you did have something you needed some funds for, this would do that.
Okay.
That's why it's in there. There were certain things that money did get spent on for the master plan being developed, but that is part of that.
Okay.
Good question. The library trustees opted not to ask for money this year. I think they had some unspent funds from whatever they were planning last year, so they didn't ask for anything. Grace was in, and she, you know.
There's a couple pieces of smaller equipment they need, they're gonna take out of their operating budget because they have it.
Okay. Yeah, so then, historic town hall, Chuck, you asked we do $10,000. I'll tell you that I was hoping that we wouldn't increase taxes on people. The $5,000 year in and year out is really kind of where I had settled.
Well, I actually got a 15-year schedule on that, the average is over 10,000 a year.
And I was gonna say, but you've been crunching numbers in the middle of this, so.
Yeah, and I got something I'll send to you, and I don't put it here, but.
You don't have to send it to me, you just need to be prepared to discuss it at town meeting.
Yep.
Because, you know, I'm not gonna second guess all the work you've done, and you're showing fantastic results, so
Well,
$10,000 is.
one of the things we did learn after we started this grant writing process last year, going after any state or federal money, they want to see the building owner with skin in the game.
Right.
In other words, we as a town have got to be committing if we want to get any of these state or federal grant funds. And so we just have to kind of bear that in mind. The CIP number worked out last year for like redoing the roof, you know, when useful life of the shingles run out, and painting a wall a year, whatever. It actually averaged out to $12,500 a year.
Okay.
So ultimately, that's where we need to be at for long-term maintenance of the building. But with what we're doing in this phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 project right now, should tighten the building up quite a bit. It's not gonna do the roof. That's the one thing that we've already got a number of years on the roof. So it's like 5 or 6 to go before technically the useful life of the roof is gonna be done. But we did get a quote for that last year when we did that insurance repair, and it was like 27 or 28 grand to redo the roof. So at least we've got a number
Right.
that would help us.
Well, there again, I'm gonna support your efforts with all the work you put forward. I don't think either one of us are in a position to change any numbers there, right? Police safety gear, again, 2,000, that's been an annual item for quite some time. Municipal electronic equipment. This got started, and I think it was a skip year, and I think we threw 1,000. We did throw 1,000 in last year, but here again, I think with the expenses involved and the time frame of turnover, about 5 years, depending on certain pieces of equipment, $2,000 is probably the minimum on all of these accounts that we should be running. So I put in 2,000. And municipal buildings. I think we had about $5,000 more that was our target to recover in that fund, but then we did the boiler, and there's a potential that the fire station could get some attention. So I put 15,000 in. We did that a previous year, and I think there's been occasions when a good amount of money's come out. So this is just trying to get us back close to where we wanted to be. And then bridge maintenance, not town-owned bridges, not the replacement fund. This is the maintenance fund. We haven't been funding this in forever. And I actually had pulled in some paperwork that I had sent to me previously by a bridge preservation funding survey. And some of the things they talk about in preserving your bridges is bridge cleaning and washing, which we're gonna try and get, at least getting the dirt off there in our operating budget so that, we have somebody doing that now. But concrete sealing, applying overlays, which would be your asphalt, joint repairs and cleaning, bearing maintenance and lubrication, which some of our bearings underneath the bridges should probably have some maintenance. Spot zone or full painting of bridge elements, should you have something that's painted. Concrete or steel repairs, which is relevant to us. Scouring and pile repair mitigation, which is, a lot of that happens from salt. And there's a more comprehensive list to be found in a DOT website. So considering all the things that we never do, and guardrails aren't even listed in here, and I know that there was damage to a guardrail, and it's not huge, and it was 5 or 6 grand if we wanted to get it fixed. All the guardrails on, like, Elm Street Bridge, we never even factored in doing that, and they're of a design that's no longer really allowed, you know, if you're going to do something new, but they're also pretty heavily damaged in sections. $2,000 is the start, I think, but ultimately, bigger money's going to need to be put into that one. But I think right now, where I was going was, again, not to make a big impact. We can adjust these numbers later in the season. There kind of might be some placeholders here. That might be one of them. And to fund these year in and year out would probably be. So the real goal here is to get everybody kind of in a mindset that we need to be funding these and not have them unattended year after year and then end up with a big bill. So at least if we're getting money in there, they're on everybody's radar, and that counts for when there's turnover at the select board. Then you're looking at 20 accounts and not remembering the last time that was funded, and oh, I didn't even know we had the account for that, you know. So that's what I'm putting forward. I don't know, anybody?
I'm good.
Yeah, all right, then, at least for the initial,
I got 37,500, what do you got?
I've got, 41,000, which from changing things, like I said, I cleaned up the sheet from last year. Last year would have been 35,965. So this is really about a $5,000 increase, Dave, over what we funded last year.
2,000 bridge maintenance, 15,000 building, 10,000 store.
Here's a nice one.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
So, yeah, with that, I had a boatload of notes and tallies and crunching numbers on tax effects that I'll spare you all from. So, at that point, I think did you have a question?
To make this 2-line edit on the cemetery ordinance, do we need to vote on that?
Sure, we do.
So the change on the cemetery ordinance, it would be item number 3.
Yep.
We would be adding language that said created remains placed in an urn does not require a vault. No more than 2 urns may be placed in one gravesite. I vote to make that change.
I will second that. Any discussion? Hearing none.
All right.
Al and I.
Good. And I'll make sure Chris has these updated documents. We'll put them on the website. Handouts for Lenny.
All right.
Mike, 4901, you did have a couple more, did you want to add on the
Oh, do we? What is that?
Avatar? And also the PFAS testing, and then you need to put it in for 4 years, you're gonna have a big bill.
I will need to reach out on the PFAS one, because I did talk to him about that, and I'm not sure we do have to do.
Testing?
Yeah, that's a DES requirement, so that may not be required. So before I throw that one in, I need to call my contact at DES to see how that's.
I think we said it would take $3,500 over the next 4 years to meet that 4th year.
Yeah, we ballparked about 10 grand originally on that, so that's, I have to, yeah, I have to call to find out about that. And I kind of had, more or less a change of heart on the idea of setting up a, assessing fund. And why I did that in my own mind was, you approve a contract for 5 years, so you can put that in your operating budget because it's a known amount and budget for it that way. I'm a little leery of trying to fund that through a town vote every year, putting money away, because then I'm not sure of the legalities if the town said no. You won't put the money in, because that may preclude you from being able to put money forward for it. Because that's one of those things where if the town says no to an issue, and I'm thinking this is a little gray than the cut and dry ones, but that's why I didn't put it down initially, is I think we'd have to get a little bit of, look at that a little harder, and may need to have an legal opinion if that could backfire on us. I don't honestly know, that's why, and we did get an estimate, not an estimate, we got an actual contract from Avatar that lays out the expenses. I did a guesstimate before that was out, and I had put down about $32,000 a year, and it actually came in lower than that, like $28,300, and I rounded up in the budgets when we get into that. I rounded up to $30,000 because there are occasions you spend for things outside the contract. I just want to have a tiny cushion. You can carry that money, though, year after year if it's unexpended, but it's tight, so you normally be doing it. Anyway, well, I'll have to find out more about that, Dave. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine, we just reminded you, that's all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just didn't kind of think to mention it. So with that, why don't we give the room to the ladies for lunch, and then we can come back. What do you say? Well, we'll be back at 12:45 anyway to tune into our work session. So
Just put that on hold for the time being.
yeah, we'll
Put that on hold till 12.
We're not adjourning, but we're going to go from our regular meeting into a work session at 12:45. And we'll have to set up our connection with, CMA. I have contacts up if nobody else does.
All right. It's just about 12:15. We'll see you at 12:45.
Conference recording stopped.
Okay,
Conference recording started.
we're gonna want to start working here.
Yep.
Testing.
I got it, right? So one of the things.
Testing, Cam, can you hear us?
Yeah, sure can.
All right, terrific.
Probably can't see us too well, right?
I can make it out.
Okay.
There's three of you. There was four, but now there's three. Now there's four. How you guys this afternoon?
Not too bad. In the middle here, and Mike Cahalan, to my left is Tom Hart, and to my right is Chuck Fuller, and our town administrator is Audrey Frazier. She'll be running in and out or doing whatever she feels like, because that's what she gets to do. Leastwise, we can kind of get to meet.
Yeah. Well, almost me.
Almost.
Best we can.
Different world.
Yeah, I'm afraid, 2020 is gonna go down in history.
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
So who we have in attendance on your side?
Okay, right now, there's some more DEF people coming, I believe. I'm Bill Straub.
Okay.
Pleased to meet you. And, to the fellow with the flowery shirt, that's Tom Bolotero. And you can always, identify Tom by a shirt like that, almost always. And, Dennis Green from DES is on the call. Wait, Dennis, there we go.
Dennis.
He's with the wastewater construction grant program, he's gonna listen. And I think we're waiting for, 2 or 3 others. Sally Sewell and, Catherine Zink, I think.
Kathy Barrett,
Yep, Kathy Barrett, and...
Barrett, and Kathy Zink.
Okay. And Dennis, your last name was Green?
And then, we may also have some people from Streamworks joining, James White and Joel Ballister.
Yes, my last name's Green, pleased to meet you.
You too. May end up adding you to my long growing list of DES individuals in my phone. I know enough people that I think I could attend the Christmas party if you would hold one and know half the rooms.
Only gonna be virtual parties this year.
I know, no fun. Well, you can't get in as much trouble, so that's good.
James White has joined us, he works with Tom's, company Streamworks. Hey, James is gonna be one of the guys actually at the Seed West.
Ah.
That's my role, especially when the weather gets cold. Tom likes to send us out in the street.
So Dennis, you're the new face, I guess, to us here. What is your interest in all this?
Okay, so my primary role is that I review and approve wastewater infrastructure in the state, but I'm helping out Katie Zink with some of the administrative aspects of clean water apparatus for this project. And my real interest is just to learn about the project, and if something comes of it that is infrastructure related, I would be more directly involved.
And I guess that's probably where I was hoping you were headed, was the infrastructure portion, and it's the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for us in a way, because we do have an infrastructure issue, and I didn't know if you were involved with like the implementation grants, what are those, 319?
I am.
Okay.
I'm heavily involved in that side of things.
Is funding still going to be available next year for projects like this?
Well, it has been for the last 30 or so years. It's more an issue of how many people apply, and it used to be that we had enough money to fund everybody every year. Over the last several years, had to draw a line just because of demand.
Sure. So at 319 grant, is that usually up to, say, what, 50% or something?
So I'm not familiar with that funding source. Katie, I think, could talk more to that. I'm strictly involved in the clean water SRF side of things, but we do fund stormwater infrastructure projects for clean water SRF.
Okay. Well, thanks.
So I presume that the governor and council approved this contract at long last, right?
Yes. And I think it was the second round of approvals in October. I can't.
Okay, you waited some time.
I know, it was one of those things where when we got involved with this, you had to hustle it through town meeting vote and come out of there and do all the requests for proposals, interview all the companies such as yours to come in, have all this kind of financial timelines and benchmarks. And originally they ended up giving us an extension to that, because I think it was going to run out at the end of May.
Yeah, I recall that, yeah.
But you're not going to look at this for 5 months? What? Oh, okay. So it was kind of odd. It's like, you guys got 9 weeks to get everything done, and then we're not going to do anything for a half.
Well, we'll play a little catch up here again. What's the weather up there today?
Actually, it's pretty nice. It stopped raining. We had some rain and little overcast stuff, a little nippy last few days.
It's gonna be really cold this weekend, I guess.
Oh, really?
Well, below 30, way down here,
Huh.
for a couple days, couple mornings.
Supposed to be 20.
Hello, Sally Jewel.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
Good, nice to see everyone.
You know everybody? I'm Bill Straub.
Hi, Bill.
Tom Balestero is on the upper left, if you got it that way.
Hi, Tom.
James White, who works with, Tom's company, is there.
Excellent. Hi, James.
And, the three selectmen in Effingham are sitting at the table.
So, Chuck, Mike. Excellent. We're also expecting Katie Zink. Yeah. She's our liaison to the SRF program. I'm the sort of provincely DES connection. So we're gonna be kind of teaming up on this.
Good.
And I'm gonna mention Tom Hart.
Tom's open the Zoom meeting, so people can work out technical flaws. It sounds like we're doing fine.
It's a good plan. Yeah.
Nice not to need it, but that's good. Sometimes you need it.
And Dennis, you're with DES's SRF program, right?
That's right, Sally. I'm just in the background trying to learn more about the project. At this point, I'm just pushing paper for Katie.
Okay. Because I don't think we've ever met before, so it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I would be more directly involved if projects go forward for infrastructure. But I like to be involved early on just so I get a project understanding.
Okay. Well, this is a good project.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Save the environment and build a structure.
Right.
Hopefully. So Sally, you didn't mention Tom Hart here. I feel bad for him. He's the quiet guy, so everybody forgets Tom.
Hey, Tom.
How you doing?
Good. I don't think we've actually met either. We've had a lot of email communication. So, it's good to see you.
Seeing you.
Hopefully we appear bigger on your screen than on ours, because we're kind of like ants on our screen.
I think if I expand it, now everyone's there.
I'm gonna try to share an outline here, and hopefully it comes out big enough on with some photos, and sort of help us stay focused on what we're gonna talk about. But, it'll all work.
That sounds good.
We'll give 80 minutes to do it.
Were you all talking about the impending snow event?
Yeah, Friday morning. That's they reduced forecast for here, from measurable to trace, so that's good sign.
You're breaking up over here. There was something about weather, but we lost you. So, but that's all right. We're fine with that. It's snow. Give me a break. Yeah.
No.
Get out of here.
I like to ski. I'm fine if it snows in the mountains, not so much at my house. Oops, there's Kitty.
Well, I've been setting up all my plow trucks, and I'm in no hurry to use them. They look fine in a row.
Okay. Is anybody else planning to join us, There's someone said, Catherine Duray, but I don't know if she's planning to be or not.
No, Kathy will not be joining us. Her role is on the CWSRX side, and she'll help out with loan paperwork, that kind of stuff, but she's not on the project management side.
Great, okay, good. Well, that's great.
very interesting because you see people where they work.
Right.
Sometimes it's basement, sometimes it's bedroom, sometimes it's living room, sometimes it's selectmen's meeting room too. That's great.
Kitchen.
It works much better than I ever thought it would, so that's good. I think we might as well get started. Just make sure we've had introductions around the horn. I'm Bill Straub, CMA engineer. I don't know how you have arranged the tiles, but Tom Ballestero, raise your hand, Tom, is runs Streamworks as well as being an engineering professor at UNH, and he's got a lot of background in this kind of thing, and specifically at Province Lake. And as Jill described, he and his folks will be doing a lot of detailed hydrology and hydraulic modeling. He'll describe how that's going to go. Dennis Green is from DS. We talked to Dennis. James Boyce is an engineer with Tom. As I joked earlier, he's the guy who gets wet. Up on the project site. And the selectmen are joining us, the three selectmen. Mike, Tom, and Chuck. So that's good. And Sally Sewell joined us, and Katie Zink joined us. So I think that's everybody. That's great. So this is a Zoom meeting, saves us all a lot of driving. So that's good. I thought we'd, this is a kickoff meeting on the project, and it's basically to review the project objectives and the scope of work as we're getting into it. I'm going to share a screen here and just help us stay organized. And let me do that. How do I do that? There we go. Host disabled participant. You got to allow me to, Tom, to give me control of that. Okay. So. Okay, there we go. Share. You see that sort of title for the meeting? That's showing that? Okay, great. And we can work from there. All the players are here we talked about. The town, DES, Streamworks, and us, of course. The background here is an aerial of the site. It's been screened out a little bit, but here's the north side of Province Lake. Here's the channel and the culvert, and then there's the long outlet of the river, and all this works together as Tom's going to go through in terms of figuring out how this whole thing works. As we deal with various sites on various projects, it's always very interesting to analyze where the water's coming and where the water's going. It's not always obvious. But this is particularly interesting because of the conditions there. So the task one, we have a plan of study, which includes the various tasks. And the first task describes meetings. There's this one. And then there's one when we got through all the hydraulics, and we've talked about the basic requirements of culvert alternatives. And we'll get back together and formally meet at that time. And then at the end. So we'll stay in touch as we develop the project and go forward. The existing conditions part, we'll launch right into that. We're going to have a surveyor survey the specific areas right around the culvert, that would be used for design and permitting purposes at the culvert itself, ultimately. And then we're going to meld that with LiDAR data, which is complete for the area, for the entire area of beyond the culvert itself, and way out into the marsh area. Because as Tom will explain, the outlet conditions of the exiting stream are going to have dominant effects during certain times of the year. We need to understand those very well. And Streamworks will be doing some GIS, or GPS, monitoring points out there, and we're going to get some channel information out there. And then we'll meld those two site plans together, and Streamworks will also do some sediment sampling in the immediate vicinity of the culvert itself, to deal with, those aspects of the stream crossing rules and having something to do with the aquatic passages as well. Did I miss anything, Tom? Is that pretty much it?
No, that's pretty good. We also take the sediment, samples so that we can assess sediment movement, whether we're gonna see erosion or, deposition under any of the scenarios existing or, proposed.
Right, yeah, and that's why I use shorthand for that, but thank you. Talked about the extreme crossing rules, but they require that you look at, the sediment coming and going from a stream crossing, including the culvert like this. I was going to, put up a couple of, photos, and I'll do that now if I can. Need to. Is this figure showing, or is that, I got?
Yeah.
Okay, good, great. Here's a blow up of the area itself. Hang on. Get that full screen, hang on a second. Oh, okay. Good.
Lower right by the, final presentation. To the right. A little left now, left. One, little more, right there. That one.
Thank you. I don't use it that much. Now, there we go, okay. It takes a professor to know how to use PowerPoint. Thank you, Tom. So here's Bailey Road. It comes from Effingham down at the east side. And there's a series of homes and camps along the road in front of the lake, and we'll show a couple of pictures there. There's a crossing here of a culvert, and then the road turns to gravel beyond there, and there are a number, it's a dead-end road, and there are a number of camps and cottages out beyond there, probably a dozen or so. We'll show it here a little more. When we were here, it was May, and it was high water, so we couldn't see the culverts that were there. There's a series of culverts there, which I'll show here in a second. But this is the outlet now. But the water is controlled either, and I'm sort of stealing Tom's thunder, but I'm here, so I'll do it as well. By the hydraulics of the culvert, or the hydraulics of the downstream stream, or there's a little footbridge here, which is actually a dam. There's used a footbridge out to this little island area by someone. But it turns out that was constructed and permitted as a dam under the dam rules. And during high flow or high water, it doesn't hold back some water. During low flow, it probably does hold back some water. So there's hydraulic controls there, hydraulic controls the culvert, and there's hydraulic controls in the river itself. So it's all very interesting. Now, let me see if I can get to my photos here. Bear with me. Yeah. That should come up in a second. Come on. We're working off of I'm working out at home, and we have a VPN connection to our network system, and sometimes it takes a little while for it to generate. It's coming. There it is. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the culvert. There's been gone through several lifespans. There's 2 or 3, is a 4-foot, more or less, steel corrugated culvert, which is the main delivery system here for water. There may be 1 or 2 other culverts that are smaller diameter, I'm not sure. There's been a lot of erosion around the top of the culvert. Soil is not very stable. This is looking at it towards the west. And there was good flow coming through here, but the culvert itself was submerged at this point in time. Those are culverts that gather in a lake, but I thought that was interesting. And this is looking north along the marsh, and you see it's flat, goes way, way back flat for a long, long time, a couple thousand feet. There's very little headlocks or changes I think it's called the South River, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And, so, again, I'm stealing Tom's thunder a little bit, but, during this particular condition, to my eye, the marsh was controlling the outlet of the lake. Because there was no headlock to speak of there, and the elevations of this system were controlling the elevations in the lake. Tom and Seamerks are figuring that is likely not true in dry periods, where that little dam or the culvert itself may control the thing, and if the water levels in the river go down, they're not going to be controlling. That's a very interesting piece, and they'll be dealing with that.
Bill,
Yeah.
I just want to throw in there for everybody to understand that there's typically a lot of beaver activity downstream that is probably the choke point for a lot of that water that you.
Thank you, Mike. And there was evidence there. I have pictures of it later on here. And the town or someone is moving it out, but the beavers come right back. So that could absolutely be a controlling hydraulic structure, whatever the beavers are doing. This is what I call the footbridge, but there's a concrete, low concrete dam underneath that footbridge. And that was established at some point, and there's a history of it, which we started to get into, of that having been placed, and that is basically the official control elevation of Providence Lake. And someone built a footbridge over it because they like the peninsula over there. And that's looking, there's a footbridge, the culvert's right about out here, and there's the road heading out. That's another picture of the culvert, the fixed culvert. Actually, you can find the culvert there. It's almost submerged. Now, this is a picture of Bailey Road heading east from the culvert. And this demonstrates the kind of raw erosion potential of the roadway. The road has a crown, it doesn't have a crown, it's crowned one way or the other way. The runoff from the road is directed in many places directly to the lake, and there's no buffer to speak of between the roadway and the lake. It's literally a few feet horizontally and vertically. And so this is a separate issue from the culvert, but it's related to the project, and we have people on our team to think about that. This is looking back toward the culvert, down here culvert, but see, it's just a very, very steep bank, held together somewhat by brush and trees, but it's also a very uncontrolled runoff situation. There's your beaver, beaver activity. That was right next to the culvert, and that's the other end of the lake. That's a nice shot of the lake. So, those that I wanted to get the, let me get up the other thing here. Yeah, good. So that's kind of the overview of what the conditions are. And we'll pick that up with the existing conditions data gathering. The next one has to do with the hydrologic analysis, and I'm going to hand that over to Tom so he can correct the things that I said wrong.
You did a great job, Bill. Hopefully everybody can hear me. For this particular task, we're interested in both high flows and low flows. The high flows are, of course, for ensuring that we can pass the appropriate flood from one side of the culvert to the other without overtopping the road or even losing the road. At the low flow end, we're typically using low flows to identify aquatic organism passage issues. Aquatic organisms, whether they be fish, amphibians, or any other species that might be in there, can they move upstream and downstream through the culvert? Interestingly, although this culvert may be considered undersized by the New Hampshire stream crossing guidelines, I would say it has great aquatic organism passage, meaning that it's not really restrictive when I was looking at it. And that will play into some of the comments I have to say in a future task. So for the hydrology, we basically looked at this two different ways. For the low flows, what we were going to do is use a statistical program that was developed by the U.S. Geological Survey for most of the state Department of Transportation. It's called StreamStats.
that will give us a decent estimate of what we think the different load flows might be that we would, try to design around. Not uncommonly in New Hampshire, we'll either use the flow at which 95% of the flows are higher, which we use Q95. Sometimes we can go lower, looking at Q99, which was reached this year in many places.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, or we can, look at, another benchmark that is sometimes used, what's called 7Q10, the average 7-day flow that, flows are less than, no more than once every 2 years on the average. So these are all, different types of flows, and what we do is, first we come up with the flows. So, after we have the flows, we can then move the hydraulics, that's the next step.
Let me ask you to fill in a little bit, Casey. So, what do you look at for the watershed and the hydrology when you're estimating those flows?
Right. So, low flows, you don't need much other to know than the point of interest. So with stream stats, it's a pretty slick little model. It's a statistical model built off of all of the USGS gauges nearby. And all you need to do is click on a location in the stream. In this case, we would click on the downstream side of the culvert. And then the model uses all of the GIS information, pull in watershed characteristics, watershed area to develop the flows. It's all statistically built into the model. But the high flows, that's a different issue, which I haven't talked about yet. But that's how the low flows operate. We don't need to furnish anything other than an XY coordinate.
Right. But so the stream stats, they consider the entire watershed to Providence Lake, right?
Exactly, yes. That's one of the first steps that occurs with the stream stat. Once you identify the point of interest, the first thing the software does is calculate the watershed area from the raster information that exists online. And at that time, the last update of stream stats occurred. So as you're aware, we keep updating LiDAR and other topographic information, and on either a 5 or a 10-year basis, the USGS will upgrade or update that database. At this point, I don't know which database they'll use, but
I think when we talked, as we're putting this thing together, you mentioned that the watershed versus the volume of the lake is unusually one direction or another. What was that?
Right. So the watershed area, the total watershed area is around 6 square miles, and the area of the lake is around 1.5 miles. 1.5 square miles.
That's okay.
Yeah, if you look at the ratio of watershed area to lake, that's a really small number, which means the lake really dominates the watershed. You would expect different characteristics of a watershed like this versus a watershed where you have 1,000 times the watershed area compared to the lake area. A watershed in that case would be very flashy. The watershed of Providence Lake would not be as flashy because the lake itself dominates the entire watershed. Okay. And that actually buoys the low flows. So you don't see an incredible deviation in the low flows. And also the setting of the watershed is a proglacial or a glacial setting, so you have the ability for groundwater to significantly impact a lot of the lake hydrology during the low flow. And so moving on to the high flows, for the high flows, you can also get those from stream stats, but again, that's where there's more probably variability in the estimate compared to the low flow end of the spectrum. For the high flows, what we were going to do is build a runoff model, and for the selectmen, if you've ever enjoyed sitting through some of your planning board meetings with development projects, very often they'll use a model called HydroCAD to do the hydrology for a site. So we suggested either using HydroCAD or the EPA model, SWIM, Stormwater Management Model. And what you do in this case is break the entire watershed into sub-watersheds, and this is where we would need to collect and gather the watershed information. So that would include land use, that would include soils, that would include impervious cover. For the soils and all these other layers, many of them are on the state geographic information system called GRANIT,
which is housed right here at UNH. Some of the other layers, such as the soils themselves, are also available through federal websites. For example, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has what's called Web Soil Survey, and that's again where we can get the soils. So once we've collected all the watershed information, we would then subdivide the watershed draining to the lake outlet into various subwatersheds. I've estimated somewhere to between 5 and 6 subwatersheds. And if you've read through and memorized your watershed plan for Province Lake, which was prepared back in 2015, in the appendices, the second figure in the appendix is a map of the watershed and some of the major subwatersheds: Hobbs Brook, the southwest tributary, the South River, which flows into Province Lake, the eastern tributary, and then there's some other drainage areas. So what we would do is individually model each one of those subwatersheds, and most of those drain right into the lake. At that point, conceptually, you treat the lake almost no different than you would treat a detention pond. You're looking at inflows and then outflows. So that's the hydrology. And in essence, we're developing low flow hydrology for aquatic organism passage and high flow hydrology in order to properly size the culvert and make sure it doesn't flow to the top of the creek. The next step is hydraulics, but before I move on, did anybody have any questions about what we're doing on the hydrology?
Hey, Tom, Mike Cahalan here. I did have one question just on a statement you made, and maybe it was just misspoke a little. You said that South River flows into the lake. Did you mean?
Yes, I did say that. And if you look at the watershed map that is in the Province Lake Watershed Management Plan, the South River does flow out of the lake, but on the the east side, the southeast, I'd say maybe it's the east side of the lake. That is also called the South River, that flows into Province Lake.
Oh, is that right? Okay. So that's at 153.
So Province Lake is a wide spot river.
Right.
And I want to say that those two culverts that Bill showed earlier, I believe were the South River.
Yeah, they were. I think they were clearly the largest contributor back in May.
And they come in, right along the beach, right along the main highway.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, they just replaced those, the state did, and I wasn't aware that that was a continuation of the South River, so I learned something.
That one comes with no chart. So, the next.
Just one thing, I know John Kretschmer's on your team, and, I think he recently reran the lake loading response model.
Yes.
So, know if there's anything from that model that could be harvested for your analysis, but it might be worth checking with him, because I think he reran it for Province recently. Because when we initially modeled it for the watershed plan, we didn't deal with the internal load.
Yeah.
And I think we had John redo aspects of it.
Yeah.
So the info from that output that you guys could harvest, I don't know, but this is the thought.
Yeah, and that's Don Kretschmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you know, Don is on this team, and I was going to be talking about the LLRM later on today. Don's not on the call today, but yes, that is definitely what we're going to do. And when we were writing the proposal, Don and I were talking about, some of the strategies to maybe reduce phosphorus. And as we found by serendipity on Pawtucket Lake, one possible avenue might be to do large flushing events in the spring to remove a lot of the phosphorus. And that has everything to do with the task I'm talking about now, the hydraulics. So I will address that. We will have Don on this, and he, of course, since he did the updates, he'll be using the LLRM to do the phosphorus loading in conjunction with some of the strategies we might try to implement for Province Lake to reduce phosphorus. So with that segue, after we have the flows, then what we're trying to do is calculate hydraulics. And that's the hydraulics of the velocity, the depth of water, the shear stresses, that will occur throughout the system, and that's from the bridge, the footbridge to the outlet of Province Lake, along the South River to maybe a few thousand feet downstream. One of the reasons why we're doing a model of this nature is to try to understand where the hydraulic control is. And as Bill mentioned to you, there are 4 possibilities for hydraulic control, starting at the footbridge. It could be the channel between the footbridge and the culverts. It could be the culverts at Daly Road, or it could be the stream downstream. And what I mean by hydraulic control is, this is a system in series. Water flows from the footbridge to the channel, to the culvert, to the South River. And the hydraulically least efficient one is the throttle in the series system. So for example, think of a straw in the Mississippi River. If you're trying to squeeze the Mississippi River through the straw is the hydraulic constriction as it's downstream. If it's upstream of the Mississippi River and you're trying to just feed water through a straw to the Mississippi, whatever the straw can send you, the Mississippi can take. So in this case, if the footbridge is the hydraulic control, then everything downstream really doesn't affect the lake water level there. Whereas at the other end of the spectrum, if the South River is the hydraulic control in that large marsh system to the north, then basically it's backing up water into the Province Lake, and that makes some of the strategies we might try to develop for reducing phosphorus or sizing the culvert more limited, because the hydraulic control is all the way downstream. And as Bill mentioned, we hypothesized from the NEPA proposal that it's possible that depending on the flow, the hydraulic control passes from one of these features to another. And we won't know that until we do a model. And so when you're doing models like this, what you don't want to do is just model this limited space, because then the model may affect these hydraulic controls. So what we plan to do is move a few thousand feet to the north downstream. And therefore, when we start the model there, we know that whatever conditions we use down there will not ultimately affect all of our answers upstream. And that will give us a clearer picture of who the hydraulic control is and at what flows. Before I move on, does anybody have any questions about that?
So this photo here, Tom, this doesn't go all the way, but this is probably halfway. You're gonna get information on see how the marsh just dead flat for the longest time.
It is.
And then off the photo, finally there's some slope to it.
Right. So we might almost about an inch lower than your cursor, if you just go right there. So right around there, we possibly could end the hydraulic model. I don't see a scale there, but I'm guessing that's a little more than 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
And so, you know, in a nice straight section where you see the marsh a little narrower, that might be a decent place to start the hydraulic model. The problem is when you're running models, you never know the answer until you run it.
Right.
And so we don't know if that's far enough away until we actually run it. So we'll probably survey a little further north just to make sure we catch everything, and we're most efficient by keeping the surveyors in the field. It's really not that much more extra effort. When I say survey, you know, we're really surveying what's below the water line. Above the water line, we should be able to get LiDAR coverage to do a lot of what's above the water surface in this photo. So it's really not that much more difficult to do, say, another 1,000 feet of stream survey. The surveyors may not like slogging through it, but again, this is a pretty good time to be doing surveying. And I haven't mentioned it, but the hydraulic model we're going to use is from the Corps of Engineers. It's called HEC-RAS, HEC-RAS, and that's fairly widely employed and used for, say, FEMA flood studies and other types of hydraulic studies for culverts. So that, in a nutshell, is the hydraulics. The output of hydraulics task, again, once we know where the hydraulic control is, if the hydraulic control is where the footbridge is, then we may have a chance of doing these spring releases to remove phosphorus from the lake, because as Sally indicated, one thing that hasn't really been modeled is the in-lake phosphorus. And my recollection from when we were doing the stormwater study and the implementation of systems along Barney Road, when I talked to not only DES personnel, but when I was talking to Don, if I recall, Providence Lake has a lot of internal phosphorus. And there's really no great way to get rid of it unless you can flush it.
So on that side note, if you can engineer not artificially, but you can send more water from the lake out in a given time where it can happen, by virtue of it carrying the phosphorus that's in the lake, that you can lower the max, if you will, of phosphorus available in the lake to everybody else.
Correct. Yeah, and I think this was maybe one of Sally's comments early on, or questions. How might that affect the LLRM? That is, if you drop the lake water level, you're increasing groundwater flow. Is that going to affect the phosphorus input? And again, I'm not an LLRM expert. My understanding is that it's an Excel spreadsheet model, so it really doesn't do groundwater flow. Somehow you would have to predict what would happen. That could be done using some fairly simple analytical models to indicate how groundwater flow increases when you drop the lake level. Philosophically, this lake is viewed in a groundwater context no different than a large diameter well. So those of us who have groundwater wells at our houses, we know when we pump out of them, the water level drops, and that actually increases the flow into the well. And the same thing happens with lakes. I've actually done pumping tests of lakes to understand that groundwater complex. So similarly, that's when I say we'll use an analytical model. It's basically the same type of a calculation one can do by hand with a well. You drop the lake water level in this case, and then you estimate how much more groundwater flow would come in, and attended to that would be the phosphorus concentration. So you can actually identify whether or not you're shooting yourself in the foot by trying this flushing experiment, and in fact, all you've done is to bring in more phosphorus through groundwater input.
You use an acronym of Tom, LLRM. Did that go through the list?
Right. So the LLRM is the Lake Loading Response Model. And that is what we've proposed to use, I think, in Cascade to understand the phosphorus dynamics of the lake, and that's what Don Fetchner will be doing. Evidently, he's been doing it on Providence Lake already. So we're kind of lucky to have Don. I've worked with him on and off for almost 3 decades, and he is the lake guy. And I have full confidence in his capabilities with using the LLRM and its capabilities to help us out with this.
So under the dimensional, we separated out the conceptual design of the culvert itself to evaluating the dimensional alternatives. And so this process, you end up with X cubic feet, X square feet, whatever that would be, and that would relate to the aquatic opening and the sediment transport and all those things. Yeah, so I was involved with writing the New Hampshire Stream Crossing Guidelines, and it's actually pretty simple. First, you have to understand the South River downstream. When I say understand it, the simple variables are what we call bankful width and bankful depth. So the bankful width is typically the width at the average annual flood, almost the width what you're looking at in the picture here. And in the New Hampshire Stream Crossing Guidelines, new culverts for watersheds this size, any watershed larger than a square mile, you're going to have to size the culvert by making sure that the culvert width is a minimum of 1.2 times the bankful width. So if you had a 10-foot wide channel, bankful width, then the minimum culvert width should be 12 feet. You can always go further. And so, again, that kind of then tells you maybe what kind of shape you want. So, in that same example, a 12-foot width, if you went with a 12-foot diameter culvert, that's just obnoxiously deep.
I don't think it would be relevant here, to use, 12-foot diameter culvert. You may actually have to change the complete vertical alignment to get it in. However, what you could do is, for example, use a 4-foot high by 12-foot wide culvert. So when we talk about dimensioning and looking at dimensional alternatives, we're looking at the different types of either prefabricated or constructed in place culverts. They could be pipe arches, corrugated metal. They could be concrete box culverts that are embedded, so you have natural materials on bottom. They could be open bottom culverts that are either corrugated metal or concrete. So by the dimensional alternatives, that's what we're trying to do. And what you do is first you meet this geometric design that the state has stipulated. And then once you've done that, you plop that geometry into the hydraulic model and you rerun the hydraulic model to see if it can pass the high flows, and then at the low flows to get the velocity and definite flow. At the high flows, of course, you're making sure that the flood you're interested in doesn't go over the top of the road. At the low flows, you want to make sure that you have velocities and depths of flow for categories and passes. So, for example, for most species, if you could have a velocity less than 1 foot per second at the low flows, and a depth of flow higher than an inch or two, you can get most aquatic species into and out of that culvert. And my note before was, this culvert right now is probably undersized, but it still has great aquatic organism passage characteristics. And one of the comments that I made, it's kind of buried in the proposal, but it's possible that we may not need to meet the exact requirement of the state criteria at 1.2 times the bankable width. Yet we can meet the intent of the state criteria. That is, it has AOC, even though it's smaller than required, it is not as wide, and it can still pass the floods. So that would be a discussion with the people at DES to see if they'd even consider that. But by putting in a smaller culvert, as all of you can understand, that's going to be less expensive.
Yeah. And that possibility you described has to do with downstream hydraulics, I think, right?
It does. It
does.
does.
We're trying to use one. Our firm has done culvert and bridge replacements all over the place. I've never seen one where the downstream conditions were so interesting and without more head loss associated with a long run of river or stream. Very interesting.
Right.
Okay. So we get the dimensional alternatives, and then we've already talked about this.
Yes.
In Don Kirchner's work, and we're going to look at lake phosphorus. Generally about what he already knows about Providence Lake, about phosphorus in the lake, and then specifically about possible management schemes of the culvert and related with the culvert and the LLRN process. We covered that pretty well. Task 7, we'll get at the loading to the lake from that, in part from the road that I talked about at the beginning, just the raw erosion and some management techniques that could possibly reduce that on Bailey Road. And some of these have been developed within previous work by Tom and his group, and as part of other studies at other locations in the lake. And Tom, why don't you touch base on those a little bit?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, as all of you are aware, there is no stormwater management along Bailey Road. So whatever hits the road is going to run off right next to the road. And where the road is right next to the lake, you can see some gullying.
Oh, yeah.
There does run along the road, especially west where it's all gravel. That's a steeper hill. It's all coming downhill. And all of that sediment is ultimately winding up either in the South River. Very little of it might get into Providence Lake from that side. But along Bailey Road, as you can imagine, and as you've seen from Bill's picture, there's only a thin strip of land between the road and the lake. It's pretty steep, and so your possibilities are really limited. The easiest thing to do is put in curbing, and that will minimize the runoff from going into the lake, but you're gonna have to deal with it somewhere, plus that's an expensive solution. So, probably what I would recommend is first we look at it and we try to estimate how much sediment and maybe phosphorus associated with that stormwater and its runoff, including the erosion it's creating, is getting into the lake, and maybe compare that to the loading in the watershed lake management plan. So it's a really significant amount. Obviously, it's something you want to address. Even if it's a small amount, there are some things you can do. One of the most obvious ones is try to vegetate that bank with anything that will grow there. And the next one is a little more challenging, but you could look at some type of shoreland or shoreline, living shoreline design. So it could be something as simple as core logs staked in that we either plant with willows or some other plant species that grows via the roots and likes wet feet. The real problem that I would have with any living shoreline design is the same thing we ran into on the south side of the lake when we were looking along the highway of what to do there. And in the winter, you get ice, and when it starts to blow around, you get ice shoving. And that can really destroy a lot of the shoreland features that you're trying to put in to arrest erosion. So if you had a simple core log that was staked in, a big chunk of ice being pushed up against it could easily destroy that. So they may have to be keyed in a little bit better, or we may have to think of other things that might be possible.
Good. Okay. Now, the next task, yes, that's where I could do some work. We would take the dimensional recommendation for the culvert crossing and apply some alternatives to that. And as Tom described, there's rectangular, there's arches, there's different materials, different costs. And we would put together 2 or 3 alternatives that meet the dimensional requirements of the hydraulic analysis, and actually carry that design a little bit farther so we could make a decision about what this thing is and what the cost would be. At the tail end of all this, we get to take a look at what you actually might construct there. And we look at a number of things, hydraulic, obviously, the stream crossing characteristics, open bottom versus other things, the safety of it, guardrails, bridge rail, whether it can be done quickly or whether it takes a while to do it, cast in place versus precast items, and a variety of things like that. And based on all the work that would have preceded this, we'll have all the parameters to put together targeted conceptual designs of 2 or 3 different types of culverts at different levels of cost. And the DES and the town can think about that, and that's where we would actually get into dollars and schedules in terms of grant applications and all that. So the whole thing comes back together at the tail end of this thing after we've done all the science and hydraulics that Tom described. So this is actually a fairly small amount of the effort in the contract, but it's very, I think it comes together, and folks from my firm would get involved in that a lot more than the stuff that Tom talked about doing earlier. Although we'll work closely and keep coordination and tabs and all that stuff, but it's actually more of our technical piece of work at this point in time. So that gets us to a project report, which describes all these things and the results of all these things. And the big part of the report, in my view, is implementation plan. Very good to get everything recorded, get all the science recorded, get all the facts recorded, have a place where those are not lost. But we look forward to an implementation plan as the bottom line of the report in many cases, where you look at dollars, you look at schedules, you look at funding opportunities, you look at the town's ability to move on it and actually put together. So you might have a project that Dennis can follow at that point. So that was pretty fast paced. You had some questions as we go. Are there particular areas that you're interested in backing up on or didn't understand. We'd be glad to, explore anything with you guys.
Oh, I think it was really great presentation. I think we followed it, pretty well. I guess in your last words that you just had there, Bill, you were touching on, timelines for grant applications and stuff. That's probably the factor that we have to focus on here a little bit more than you folks, is essentially what would the timeline be for cost projection on whatever structure went in, because we typically see these grants come available by June, so we would just want to be able to position ourselves timeline-wise to get a proposal together to DES for any.
Yeah, Mike, that is the goal.
Yeah.
And we thought we'd be working on this a lot earlier, but I talked to the surveyor, Tim Bernier, and he was comfortable getting the field work done well before I get shut down by the season. And with that, Tom and Streamworks has all the physical data that is needed, so this analysis could proceed through the winter just fine. And our goal would be to have some conclusions by March or something like that, and that would allow applications to be put together for action. We can look at those schedules very carefully. We can make sure we meet them. But if this was starting a month later from now, it'd be tough. But I think we can get the work done so that the design work and the analysis, and then the conceptual design and cost estimate put together in time for such application dates.
Oh, that would be fantastic. I know originally we had like a 300-day window for you guys to operate on, and unfortunately, as we talked earlier, it just didn't segue in from when we submitted everything to the governor's council portion. Took a while. So.
We'll take a look at that, and based on this meeting, and we'll see what we're comfortable with in terms of getting to the end. And if everything moves fine, we'll be a whole lot less than 300 days.
Great. I guess my other question is more along the lines of what Bill was discussing. Tom was discussing with all the four basic choke point possibilities, and that Army Corps of Engineers little footbridge dam in there. I guess at some point I was always interested in finding out if that would be able to come out should the data show that that's not really needed, and we could control everything at the culvert going back, that little channel area and the culvert, and it's just really between the culvert and the wetland area that the river, goes through. Because I know growing up that dam wasn't there. So my hopes was that there was a potential for that to be removed. I don't know how realistic that is, though.
It's an unusual combination of control features, admittedly.
Let me respond to that, and then I have an add-on about the grants. So once we have the mathematical hydraulic model, in the model we can remove the dam and answer that question. That's actually pretty straightforward. The other more practical issue is if there's a dam there, what is its status as far as the dam bureau? Is it in good shape? When's the last time it was inspected, et cetera? So I think answering your question is pretty straightforward, and then you might be able to decide after we have the answer whether or not it would be worth pursuing.
Well, it's interesting, for the dam bureau issues. Dam bureau issues are focused many times on safety.
Right.
And there's, virtually no head loss process. You're not worried about what's called, dam failure analysis and all that, because all it would do is wipe out a frog or two the other side, and it has nothing to do with human health and safety. So it's a permanent dam, but I'm not sure what the posture of the dam bureau would be on the thing. It's so unusual.
If I can, I'll move this.
The comment was on the grants. So one are flood mitigation grants through FEMA, and we just missed that latest cycle. So we'd have to wait till next year to make an application. But that puts us in good posture for next year. But in that case, there would have to be a flood issue you're mitigating. So unless this culvert was overtopping, say, every other year, they may not be very competitive. After that is the aquatic resource mitigation grants, the ARM grants. And for that, I believe the pre-proposals are typically due in February. So we might be close in making, and the first is a pre-application, so that's like 2 pages. That's pretty easy to put in. So we may not need the final answers by the time we make an ARM application. And the third one, we're fortunate to have on the line Sally Sewell about the watershed assistance grant. And when is that process starts now?
Sure. Thanks for thinking of the Granite grant. Typically, we do a pre-proposal and Mike and his team are aware of this because they've been through this torture before in June. We release it in June, and it's kind of it's a proposal light. You don't have to have full budget numbers at that point. It's a check a box of what you think your range is. So, and then what happens next is we score the pre-proposals that we get in September, and then the ones that score high, we request full proposals from, and those are due in December. So, by way of explaining this process, there's quite a while between the time you put in the pre-proposal with a very vague budget estimate to the time when you need actual full numbers, including match and stuff. So, so there's some time for us. And we could fund, we could potentially fund the culvert, take a look at it, but certainly any of the shoreline work to reduce erosion is definitely eligible.
And another one would be possible phosphorus reduction strategy.
Yes, yes.
What was that, Tom? What was that last one?
The last one was if the WAG watershed assistance grant could fund lake phosphorus reduction strategies, for example, the spring flushing we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, if we can tie it back to water quality, we can take a look at it for sure.
Yeah, that was the issue at the outset, how can this culvert replacement relate back to pollution control and pollution reduction? And that's the key to this thing.
It's always been a shared question. The town has always had this infrastructure question and the lake association, and those of us who worked on the watershed plan were like, how does this weird area work? And what does it mean in terms of water quality? There's always been questions about, the footbridge, the channel, the culvert, the low gradient outflow. How does that all work together? And is there a water quality component to the lake associated with all this? And so that's why we're glad this project is happening, to check the box. Maybe there isn't, who knows? But we're here to kind of look at that question, and it is included in the watershed plan that we would kind of evaluate this. So it's the Providence Lake Association is very interested in the outcome of the study too, along with the town.
I've been making notes here to myself to talk to Lori and her Dunn, who's the president now, and her husband, Mark Hempton. He serves on our planning board, so he's active in some of the things we're doing in town. So we'll be reaching out to them to keep the association up to speed. And I had actually thought about the shoreline that everybody was talking about, revegetating and what could be done there, but I thought they would be instrumental. But Sally, you're saying there's funds available for that?
Yeah, that project would be eligible for funding because we would be able to tie phosphorus load reduction to it. So whether it's a shoreline, a living shoreline solution, or heck, even curbing, or vegetation, or some kind of manipulation of the outlet structure, as long as, there's a load reduction tied to it, which we should come out of this process with, we could potentially fund it. Of course, it's competitive still, have to compete, but they're certainly eligible. Mike, I did have a question for you on the dam. Do you know who the dam master is now? Is it still Tucker Rye, or I've kind of lost track of who that person is?
It is Mark Hempton, Laurie Dunn's husband, Mark Hempton. So they're both in the association.
Okay, he's the dam master now.
Yep.
Okay, good to know. So we know who the person is who operates that dam.
Right, and well, I had a comment in the question. The questions for you, Sally, was for the shoreland and for the culvert. If we pursue a grant, do you know what the available matching level would be for those two items, culvert and shoreline?
So Mike, that's probably a question for me. If you go to watershed assistance, if you come to us for a 319 grant,
Yeah.
it's a 40% match, 40% of the overall project cost.
Okay. All right, and,
But if you're looking at a shoreline stabilization project, we might be able to partner with ALA that estimates the watershed line.
Sure.
And that's the great way to drum up match.
okay,
So, I'm pretty creative about helping out in those situations, and once we get to this point where we have some of these results from the engineering team, we can start to talk about what that could look like and start to piece together how the match could happen. But some of the stuff might be Youth Conservation Corps, maybe they can do some of the planting. And that's a good way to generate some match, so.
right, and I guess when I said the Province Lake Association, I kind of lump our in there with them because they work so close.
Yeah, you guys are especially the 2 lake groups in your region, you're very lucky. But yeah, certainly PFA and ALA could be partners with us and maybe help us with some matching funds, so.
Okay.
I can't speak to the other grants other than 319, but maybe other folks. I don't know if there's a match for ARM.
My understanding of ARM, when I looked at it before, about 2 years ago, when I first started trying to, go down this path, was that ARM in the Saco Valley area is pretty much unfunded. At least there was so little bit of money on the table to be shared that it wasn't worth pursuing. But that said, I think partnering with the lake associations will be helpful. And I did want to just comment that we did today, we were budgeting for warrant articles. So we're trying to throw money out in front of the town to put in a fund for Bailey Road. So when we get down, another year from today, going into the next town meeting after this one, we'd probably be able to come up with a pretty good amount of funding, and certainly more than enough for the match. Other than that, I was going to probably say back to Tom that when I was a kid, actually an adult really, in the early 90s is when I believe that dam went in. And as the story goes that I have heard, it was simply that the contractor replacing culverts on Bailey Road dug it down and placed them too low. And that's what caused the water to bleed off from the lake. So they put that dam in. So as a control feature, the culverts might have been your primary control for the lake. But, I can't say that definitively. I put you out of a job, so we don't want that.
That makes sense.
Hopefully that's a piece of information that proves useful. I don't know.
Well, that's a reasonable explanation.
Other than that, I don't know. We're pretty good. You guys did a great job, everyone. Nobody looks like they have a question on this end.
Okay.
So.
Well, it's been a real pleasure to get this kicked off and to meet all you guys virtually.
Yeah. Well, I love hearing how unique everybody feels the watershed and the lake is, and so that makes us.
When I went up to research this thing, it was a beautiful day. It was spring. It was just starting to get warm a little bit, and I stared at it. I stared at it. What the hell's going on here? And then all three pieces came together when I talked to Tom.
Well, hopefully it proves an interesting project for everybody. That's always good.
All right, well, thanks very much. Appreciate it. And we covered a lot of territory today, but I think it's very useful. And we'll be in touch. Who should our primary contact be for, getting information and sharing information? Is that you, Mike, first, or?
Yeah, you could contact through me, sure. I was going to dump it on Audrey, but she's new, so.
At the risk of clogging people's inboxes, we can talk to a lot of people, but.
Yeah. Yeah, you can shoot to me as the primary, and we'll CC everybody here. If you don't have Audrey's email, we'll get her looped in.
Okay, great.
Super. Thanks for hosting.
Before we sign off, I just have a couple of SRS kind of housekeeping things to go over. Shall I take a minute? So the first one is that your disbursement request needs to come
And then if we need to modify the schedule, it seems like we've got a pretty good schedule here. I don't anticipate anything coming up, but if something does, we can work on modifying the schedule within its usable delay. And let's see, we went over the work scope. So yeah, if we need to make any changes, basically, let me know. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We went over the meeting. So DES obviously needs to be at this kickoff meeting, the mid-level meeting, and then the wrap-up meeting as well, which is in your scope.
Great. So, the engineering costs will be starting to incur, but they get reimbursed through the normal disbursement request channel. The town has to, we or the town put together on behalf of the town, a disbursement request, in the format that we always use for these things. So that.
I think there might be that goes through Kathy Beret.
Yeah.
So that's where she kind of comes into the background check.
Right.
All of that stuff goes right through her.
Okay, I'll clarify that with her then. Sure.
So I guess we don't really need to worry on this end about that schedule because it will be incurring costs on your end, Bill, and that'll come to us as a request for funds, and we'll meet the schedule for disbursement through that. Is that how?
Okay. We'll work that out with you, Mike.
Yes, you can.
Kathy.
Okay.
You can request once per month.
Yeah.
So not more than that, but at least you have to request at least once in the first 6 months, and then not more than once per month after that.
Okay. All right.
Both of those things are going to happen.
I figured, Bill, you have the experience there, so as long as we cover the first one in 6 months, we're probably going to be okay, and we won't miss the window of opportunity.
We'll start generating work hours and costs, and so we'll dip our toes into that funding certainly within 6 months. We have a little before then.
All right, and I was looking to find out who the adult in the room is, but now we know. It's Katie. She's the one with all the real serious, you will do this or else. So thank you for that.
That's what money comes into it, that happens. Finance is great, but money happens.
All right, well, thanks.
Great, thanks very much, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. We'll see you next time.
See you, Sally. Thank you. Bye now.
Thank you.
So prior to this starting, I was mentioning that we might want to consider a drought ordinance so that we can enforce shutting off that water stuff, because I understand that a few people in her neighborhood have now opted to drill wells because their wells went dry. And a significant question for those people might be, the driest year on record was 2016. Did you have a problem in 2016? If not, her actively draining the aquifer down might have actually been the tipping point for these guys. Couldn't probably prove it, but.
Can we get any help out of Green Mountain Conservation with any research they've done on the watershed?
I don't know.
I can ask Moselle.
You could ask Moselle, and find out that. But, to me, it has this whole article telling us that we can do this, so that somebody, when we're in a drought, is running all this water all over a property.
I'm good. If we come up with another language of that, I'd put that in a heartbeat.
So that was part of my work session stuff to say, as we knock off so many of these things, there's another one that just came floating up because of a situation.
We'll take everything, anything we can throw at it.
Okay.
This banking thing they were talking about, that, putting vegetation on the bank
Yeah.
and all that.
Yeah.
Is that something that we handle, or is that something that's part of the project that they would?
That's something that's outside the scope of this project, but they can give us some insight to the sediment loading on the lake. That is to say that there's an actual cause and effect that's detrimental to the lake because of the sediment coming in off the road. Here's a recommendation on how you would mitigate that. from that point, we could go to Sally Sewell, who there's grant money to get there, so 40% from what we're getting. But we could also get some, in-kind services or help from vegetating or potentially other funding sources, which might be minimal, but at least to help through Acton Wakefield Watershed Alliance and the Providence Lake Association. They could do some planting. They have some people that go out and do this stuff.
Around the lake right now.
Yes.
Well, that's what Mozelle's group was doing, last summer, in spring, we're going around. It was private property that they got permission to go on that was running into Ospey Lake
and they do that.
And they did the vegetation, they were showing pictures of the natural.
And that's what our and, Providence Lake Association, they work together. Our, I think, is basically the ones that are doing it. And they might have another sister program for that, which again could benefit us through all of those resources to do the planting. And that's good for going for funding, because we get this help, it cuts costs, and then we get 40% match of anything we're able to, say, all right, we're gonna need to spend 20 grand on this, and, they're gonna give us 40% of it, and then maybe out of our side, maybe we get some help here with the lake people. Yeah, you can, unless you wanna do a little bit on the budget. I don't know, you seem to want it to go, but it's your call. Budget? All right, we'll do a little more on the budget. You all set, or did you want to stay for this?
No, I was gonna attend part of the budget meeting tonight. How late do they normally go,
9 o'clock.
And is this project one related to the grant you recently got?
It is one of. Chuck has been chasing several grants with his group over at the Town Hall Library. And I have been chasing grants for bridges and culverts and those kind of structures in the waterways. This is one that took me 2 years to get. And actually I went for one that didn't pan out. Then there's another kind of grant you can go through the same group basically. So, that was for the Providence Lake Bailey Road. And then the USDA grant, cause this was through the state. And USDA is for Snow Road Bridge. 2 different roads, bridge, culvert, but yeah, it's all very necessary. A culvert like what they were talking.
Culvert number 2.
I think what I was looking at was, from their discussion, 8 feet isn't gonna be enough. The span is probably 16 or 12 to 16 feet. I'm thinking we could probably get away with a 10-foot clear span culvert, box culvert, but that's really going on the low end of what the state's requirement. And the last time we did one of those, it got Mickey Mouse in, but it probably cost about $100 grand. So to do it right is probably going to cost $140, $160 at that dimension. So we'd probably have to come up with 70 or 80 grand on our end, or more, because they give 40% these days. So we're going to probably be safe to say we should get 100,000. 2 years to get there, because it'll be next December that we'd be going to find out if we have real numbers and that we're going to get the grant. So that's why my target base was to get us to 100,000. And based on what they said, I think I ballparked really fairly decently, considering what I think our minimums will be based on minimums. Well.
I'm hoping that when I come back, that one of you can drive me around town so I can picture where all these places are.
All right.
The fire station, the library,
I can, once Tuesdays come, that's it, so, for me. So, yeah, if you wanted to do that before Budget Committee, we could do that.
Night?
Or we'd do another day.
So I come back from,
Oh, okay. We'll let you do the driving, that way it's probably easier for you to remember.
Remember, but I don't see it.
Yeah. All right.
Stop, what's that?
Yeah, that door, Yeah, that's one of the unintended consequences. All right, one of the things that Dave was interested in getting prices from other assessing companies. I told him I could probably do that if wanted. He wants to put it out to bid, and I'm not sure I want to put it out to bid the more I think about it. But I did tell him, in his research on some area towns that are using somebody other than Avatar, I said, if you get like the top 2 biggest firms that are doing the stuff in the area, and you wanted to get a price, we could at least look at it, and then from a price standpoint, you could even see if it's even remotely worth doing. I'm really not looking to move away from Avatar at this point, but you know, there's arguments to be made for that because of the way the nature of it all is working. But I think you're just going to be more of the same because it's just the nature of that industry. I don't think it's going to be a big revelation and whatever.
I think I had heard 1 or 2 of those companies that he's looked at around us, even though there are other firms doing the assessing, they're still using Avatar software.
They are, typically, yes. So I'm a little disenchanted with the idea of doing that, but I know Dave's had some angst. Yep. Maybe that's where that comes from. So, now on the budgets, which are probably all over the world right now. 430 we can't get into because we don't have all that information. 555 budget. Okay, so 4140, 4141, 4150, I don't think we've done. 4150 would be the,
Financial.
yeah, auditing, I mean. Yeah, so I have to get there. God, dig through all this crap. Well, if you've got your budget versus actual, it'd be the 4th one down, which is 4150.
Tax collectors, that's one more.
Actually, we did 4140 already.
That's town clerk.
Yeah, and tax collector, we did both of those.
Okay, so 4140, 4150 is done.
Yeah. That's 41. Okay, so 4150, it's got under act. That's interesting. He's got financial administration, tax collector, but on the sheet there's, oh, okay, there it is. Auditing's above that. Zoning officer we've also done, so put that on the side. Planning board's been done. Conservation commission's been done. Rescue. Done. Key management has been done. Okay. Well, I've got 4152 anyway, up and present, which is good.
What do you got?
I've got 4152 assessing. At least cover that one. So, till I find 4150. I have way too much fun. Auditing, found you. So the auditor has supposedly sent us a contract, which is, for $12,000 a year is what he said to me over the phone, although I have not laid eyes on the contract, which I am quite sure is somewhere in the office, and it's probably under Brian's emails. I don't know if the gals can get access to that or not. So, last year, it was $12,000 was their projection. The year before was 14.3, but they were cleaning up that held over from the library stuff, I think. So, what we saw was 11.8 today, and the file, the paperwork that we got in the file folders. When I talked to him on the phone, he said 12.8 for this year's.
Let's do 12.8 again. We have the 12 contract and then the additional expenses that can be incurred outside of the contract.
Right.
We did 12.8 or 13, I think we're.
Okay. You good with 12.8 then? Okay, well, let's go 12.8 then, because.
And pending, when we actually see the final contract, if it works out.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the contract will be fine. My concern is last year and this year, the issues that he found are related to the Selectmen's office processes. In which case, if it happened last year, given the January hiccup, 12.8.
Was there one about folders today?
Yeah, there was 11.8 was for this year, just, was what was written there. Now, I don't, unless he misquoted.
I saw that 12.8 somewhere in that folder this morning.
I saw an 11.8, but maybe, he could have misquoted.
That's okay. Once you see the final contract, we need to change the number down, we can change it.
Okay. All right, so 12.8 I'll throw on there so that we have a cushion. Then that brings us to assessing, in which case I have on, which is 4152. I've got the $32,000, which is really, it's really, 28,289. And this is in case they do some more work outside contract. Office equipment and supplies, I didn't probably, put money for, so I put in 750 in for the office supplies and such. Postage was another area we were short, so I bolstered that. Software at a 3% increase was still good with the 2,500. And tax, maps, I was looking to cut that 500 because we typically have it at 3,000. But we used 24 last year, and it looks like they should be under budget this year.
25's good.
And, then utilities was something we haven't been capturing with Gary. It's been getting dumped into the total contract price, but it's not part of that. So I added that, and deeds was something, it's called account 306, Registry of Deeds, that we get paid for that, and Gwen had told me about that, and I've never noticed where that's going.
Yeah, I know we paid for it because of different deed things we've done, but I don't know what line item it goes to.
And it gets captured on, as part of an assessing thing, I guess. So I threw 500 in there. That gives us 39,750. Now, we've been budgeting 57,250. In part, we've been budgeting that high to make up for the sins of when Gwen wasn't here. Because we've used those other services not covered. So I figure from the budget committee standpoint, this has been a number that's been repeated twice. And, we carried over we'd spent 29,000 last year, and we carried over. So, I think with the revelation that certain things weren't really being captured accurately, and we have a new contract, I think the budget committee probably will not vote.
Yep.
Yeah, at that.
Bring it down for previous years.
Right, and it's a realistic number, so you're basically 40 grand a year for the next 5 years, and that's how it's gonna work. So, which, my original number that I had put in my mind was to go for 160 is what I thought the whole contract was gonna be, so in a way, I'm surprisingly, that's a good number, and I wasn't covering all those bases, so I'm pretty comfortable. The other thing that we haven't considered doing, because the number was so high in the past, was this is the contract to get all that stuff online, the kiosk stuff that would show you the maps of the town. It's $2,600, so I didn't add it in. And I don't know, it was the software agreement for, accessing internet online data hosting. I'm content with not doing it until somebody can tell us more definitively why we need to do it. The big hiccup was Rebecca and not having accurate stuff, along with like the planning board sending out notices of the ZBA to an abutter. But Gwen, if they go through Gwen, they get that information, the up-to-date, today's information.
So we can still get it, and it'll be good information, we just have to change our process a little bit by involving Gwen in that to get it.
Right. If you've got applications, you wanna verify the dozen abutters around Snow Farm, go see Gwen, because she has the abutters that own property today.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, good, we'll let that go.
Yeah, I think it was too much money for the.
Get it through one like that. Hey, I'm good.
Yeah, like you said, let somebody why do we need to spend $2,600, where's the value add?
Yeah.
What's the period of the value add, we can work around it.
Okay, and let's see, what would be, so we've got down through assessing. Treasurer was in there too, we did that one, I think, we already covered it. So budget committee, we don't have a hand in that. Assessing, we've just done. So then we go down to legal, and in legal, I put 40, because I think we've covered the big legal hurdles with our friend over on Townhouse Road. That seems like that's coming to a head.
One of the things we've started to do with the cleaning up the messes, that's gonna involve a little bit more legal work than we've done in the past.
And that's the interesting thing is most of them seemingly now are participating.
Okay, all right.
So I think we might have like 2 outliers, but I'm not even sure we have that.
Okay.
And of them, there's probably one that I think might be dig in. So, and at that, I'm not sure that they would. So I think we're on pretty good, that one. And on November, we're gonna have stuff carry over after November, after I have to appear on our friend with Townhouse Road. But it really seems like if the lawyers can accurately project an outcome, it seems like we're getting to the point where that's going to get resolved. Either there's gonna be a compliance in this particular place, or it's gonna get resolved. I did contact a lot of folks in porta potties and septic system, folks, and nobody has any pumping records. I called like a half a dozen, nobody's got any records. The porta potty gal, who was part of DJ Septic before, is the daughter, she now has that potty patrol. And she said, there was an involvement there, and, unpaid bills, they got out, issues and problems. I guess she had firsthand knowledge of the inside of the house, and that's going back 2010, 11 or whatever. So 9, 10 years later, I think her statement would lead me to believe of my role as a health officer. I've made certain assumptions by being on the property and seeing the house but not being inside. That's supported by her statement. That there's probably a greater problem. But I put down actually 45 grand, Chuck.
Okay.
So that is a bump up. All right.
And that ends up being less than what we did this year. We budgeted
40.
We got 10 more on the town floor?
It
Or was that
was 30, 10 on the town floor,
40.
and we're probably gonna hit 60 by the end of the year.
Okay.
And all of these things outside of that, financing the rec department, I basically had us at a dead even budget, really, from last year to this year, with all these numbers. So, payroll expenses, retirement was 40, dropping that down to 20 because we only have one of those people involved now. And so that.
Did you figure in that increase coming in July of next year?
Well, if we get to.
40 is like 31, I think.
Yes, it did go up a few percent, and I think we had over budgeted originally, but let me see. Calculator on retirement. If you had, 63 as a target, times 0.31, you get 19,530.
Okay.
So, just made it on there.
Yep.
FICA, I didn't increase because what we had last year was, 21,166 for an actual.
But we're moving some money into the part-time budget, which is gonna end up being salary where it wasn't before, so your FICA is gonna go up.
Well, all of it was salary, and well, not all of it. The chief's.
No, but the money that we're saving in the police department line items, to
Right.
basically keep it level, none of those were FICA related. So that additional money we put into the police line item is gonna require a FICA match, like $3,500.
I had actually a higher number before when we were adding everything up. And what I was looking at here is if we had 21,000, because some of the FICA stuff is, in the police line, is covered under the retirement one, right? So.
I think FICA's all out of our.
All out of us.
All of it.
Okay.
So it's police matches the line item.
So then, yeah, 'cause the FICA number was in that 28, I thought, percent that we were paying today.
That would be nice, but I was nowhere in that.
I'm not sure of that, so we'll take that one to the bank. So here's what we had. Last year's actual was 21,166. So we had budgeted 30. So that gives us, $8,800 cushion from last year to now. And if we go under payroll expenses, 4155 in our budget, we can find out where. 4155. There you are. Payroll. We have other such as FICA, and that seems to be inclusive of Medicare. We are just under 41 right now. 21 right now. Out of a budgeted 30. And I had figured.
21 as when?
Middle of October.
So 2.5 months to go.
Right. So.
Under 4,400.
24, because
So
what do you?
Your number at 30 is pretty good, because if we end up with an increase match for the part-time police officers are going to FICA.
Yeah.
That'd be like $3,000 based on what we moved over there today.
Okay.
When you're 24 something, that's like 27, 28.
We should have.
Raises next year. I think 30 is a good number.
Okay. It's a tight number. Not enough to break the bank if we go over. So that's okay. Okay. So that one is done. Legal's done. Payroll expenses. Historic District Commission, I'm basically saying 0 because it's 2 years now that they haven't spent a dollar, and nobody's filed a budget with us as of today.
So what happens if somebody comes in and there's a required review that's needed, and notice it goes to the butters, the planning board ends up picking up that fast?
is exactly why I wanna, instead of doing $1, I wanna do 0, because at 0, you're not funded. And maybe that's a little easier to say, you're unfunded, send it to the planning board. You get your commission all up in...
No, I'm just saying, because planning board didn't take into account, they might end up with one or two things they're gonna have to consider, which might involve mailing to abutters. I don't
Right.
think they put that into their budget.
They haven't,
If we're gonna zero it, then I wanna make sure we put a little bit more in the planning board budget, just in case there's a requirement for hearings
okay,
and notices of hearings.
then if we note that on the planning board's budget to bring back up with the planning board chair, this potential, and see what she feels, because they have been operating under budget. So I think they can absorb it. That's just me.
I mean, it's not, we're talking like
Yeah.
$200, it's not like big money.
Exactly, but, and the beauty with being able to revisit this with the budget committee is Teresa is on the planning board. Last year, they spent $1,300 less than they budgeted.
Okay.
So, in a sense, they should probably be able to absorb it.
Okay.
And since the activity level for 2 years on the budget has been 0.
And he was in it,
Was he?
that's what I heard, he was looking at other stuff, not related to it. He was
Okay.
looking for other people's.
So, I mean, and that's certainly an item that can be revisited should that individual show up in front of the budget committee.
Yeah, I'm just thinking we just need to just ask Teresa if she has a gut feeling whether there might be a change.
Right.
And if she says no, we'll figure out how to make it work with the existing budget, then I'm good.
So that's a conversation we should bring up tonight, because the Historic District Commission has not filed a budget, so that's a conversation that will be on the floor.
Yep.
Okay, so hold that thought, basically, I guess. Planning board, we've already covered. Zoning board, we've covered. Zoning officer, we've covered. Municipal buildings, this has been at $74,000 for a really long time. So as of October 19th, our expenditures are your $40,000. We have 34 left. We're gonna spend 22.5 here because of the additions there.
And my guess is we're gonna spend at least 8 or 10 on the fire station.
Yeah, and whether that...
That makes sense maybe next year because of the season we're at right now.
Exactly. So what I'm looking here at is this covers other things, like it has the oil, or propane, oil, what have you, electricity, and it has maintenance, supplies, and salaries. So, like the cleaning personnel or whatever, and some of the things that Randy does, taking out air conditionings, whatnot, those go in there.
They're gonna be going up. Our cleaning budget went up, so, or the cleaning costs went up with the new hire.
Right.
So, over what we had been budgeting, paying previously.
So, here's my argument for leaving this alone, is I think we're gonna come in pretty tight on budget. But that boiler isn't really part of this budget.
Yep.
So, when you spend something like that, or repair that at the fire station, that could actually come out of town-owned buildings, for the municipal buildings.
Okay.
So, what we tend to do is we dip into that.
Yep.
If we overspend this line. So I think we should probably be good. Worst case, we go into the trust fund, and I've already built in a replenishment for the trust fund with the 15.
But you know, propane will be going up because of more usage. We're not just.
Call number 2.
Yeah. And then saying that, on the other hand, we won't be having the pellets to buy.
Right.
So that should.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess you pretty much almost got a wash there relative to the cost
That's what I would.
of the fuel.
So, I kept, all the categories exactly the same on this one. I think it just works. Cemeteries, $2,000 last year. We came close to spending that out this year because of the hydro seeding, so.
I put 2 in because the There's some patchy areas.
Homer.
Nobody knew what was gonna happen with the drought, we couldn't predict that.
Sure. I just figured I didn't see a reason to increase it or
No,
decrease.
I keep saying as it was.
So that goes to insurance now, and, we're talking $12,000 for one employee, 31 for another, and actually, it's actually probably a little less,
Because of the 10%.
because of the 10%. So I put 42 in, figuring that's pretty tight.
Yeah, that'll be tight.
And then, liability workman's compensation, I had a notation that there was looking to be, just shy of a 9% increase in the paperwork itself.
Okay.
So, that's, Primex. So what I looked at there was going from what we were budgeting at, 32, we spent 31.93, so 31.1, and I moved it up to 34,000. So if you went 31,100 plus 9%, you end up with 33,899. So it's those are pretty tight numbers. Okay, and that's the supporting paperwork for that one. Advertising and dues, I was hoping to catch up with Brian on this one because it's showing 927 or 928. We budget 3,000. I had some paperwork in the past that showed 2019, we spent $3,800, which I don't quite understand, but,
I think we're less this year because we only did the ad for the town administrator once, in the Union Leader and the Sun, but then we used other sources, so there weren't any cost.
yeah, I think some of that on.
Notices for our ordinance public hearings. Go through those. I don't know, maybe you don't need $3,000, but I put it down to 1,000.
Right, and I didn't actually. 2018, it showed 26. We budgeted 2,600 and change in 2018. 2019 was budgeted $3,000, which for some reason was almost 3,800, which I quite frankly don't understand. This year we're at basically $1,000, and unless something got missed, appropriated in our, in the chart of accounts, then I was going to suggest going with $2,000 because I don't really see that we're advertising.
All right.
Yeah. So, we won't be advertising bridge work or anything next year, so we'll just be looking for road work. Okay. Let me just do that. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Nope, that's police. Did I just fold over all my crap on top of itself? Hopefully not. Yeah, general assistance, fire rescue, no, that's gotta be all the same. Right. All right, so where's that leave us? Heating, fuel, insurance, advertising dues, police we've done. Fire rescue we've done, emergency management we've done both, fire warden and, emergency generators. So that leaves highway and streets. And where did I put that one? I may not have done that one. I don't have it in front of me. I would have thought I had done it, but maybe I have not. Pretty sure I did. All right, I'll skip that one and come back to it because I might have just moved all my crap on myself. It's got to be here somewhere. Damn it. All right, so what's after highways and streets? Bridge maintenance. Yeah, my paperwork's just misplaced because bridge maintenance, I put, some money in the budget for that, I believe it's $2,000. So I have just, I moved my pile from there. Sorry.
You hit it on you.
General assistance, I can do that one because, she put in 15, that's never gonna fly with the budget committee. So I was looking at the level fund at 12,000. Yeah, pretty much nothing else you can do. Okay,
What were you gonna put on that one?
12,000, same as it has been the last couple of years. It used to be 14, and they had a field day with that one, so. General assistance, Meals on Wheels, I kept that at 4,000. Where did my paperwork ended up? All the, health agencies, I didn't touch those. Dog officer was the same, so solid waste. That's the big one. Where are my friggin' documents? What did I do? They're here. They gotta be in this file. Yeah. Advertising and dues. Covered that at 2,000. Alright. Highways and streets, I've got that. Bridges, I put $1,000 in. That's for our operating budget so that our landscaper guy can clean them off.
Yeah.
Okay, and we got the trust fund we're building on. Okay. Lighting, street lighting.
We're over budget on that for the year, aren't we?
Yeah, that's a problem, and, so I'm looking at putting in 8,500 because that's where I think it's going. Tom has started looking into trying to find a 20% reduction on street lighting. That is to say, we have 25 lights. Can we ballpark shut off 5?
Yeah.
Because we went from $5,700 to probably over $8,500 this year. And it's like, listen, man, $3,000, it's time to try and pull a plug. So identifying those, and Tom is.
Yeah, you guys in, said you should, you like that figure. And just identifying where they are, I'll be driving around, see what's.
Okay.
That's the time check, so I don't pick it up.
Double set, okay, yep. Yeah, I'm not sure.
If they're in an intersection, I think we ought to keep it.
Yeah, especially with a
Like
state.
Townhouse Road coming into State Road 153.
Like, yeah, the one in front of my house, that serves no, except to show me where I'm walking at night. I got my own lights for that. I know the person next to me does not want it.
Oh, really? Well, I think this is a point to, Henry went out and tried to pull the plug on some of these or all of these or whatever. I don't remember the particular.
He did, he came to my house too.
And I think there's a point where this isn't really a debate about your personal street light.
No.
This
If
is
you want a personal street light, you can put one up and pay for it.
and that's where I think we need to draw the line and say, you know what? We're spending $8,500 and we need to look at that. So these are good. We'll get some context to these.
Yeah, I haven't driven, I just got these yesterday, the information you have.
Yeah.
I asked, I didn't ask what Friday, whatever, it doesn't matter, but this is what I got. And, now I just gotta take the drive out, see if they're out at intersection, I'll mark it down at intersection, and I'll bring it back Tuesday, and we can sit down, figure out, okay, yeah, that doesn't need that one, could use that one.
Yeah. I mean, it's Storage Road, I don't know that we need a light there for our uses. We put lights in and around the salt shed. So unless that's where the road meets 125.
See, this one here I got is all marked up, okay? I didn't mark it up, I saw it marked up before we were doing this at a mount point. And it looks like you can have these streetlights replaced with motion light. The nice thing on Storage Road, where in the winter, especially, right, they could come and go as people came in, went, and like it coming on and off.
Oh, that's what we've got set up out there is motion lights on
That's our light, but
Right.
the street light itself can go on motion, they say.
I don't know that you get a different feeling.
We could do that for some of these.
Yeah, this is what I'm reading up here, and I don't even know if that's,
Yeah,
they even do it, or if it's they were questioning if they could do it, so.
Yeah, it could be a cost if you do anything like
Yeah.
that. And I'm not sure that they're motion.
I mean, we can do a little bit. Give me this week to look into.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know, if we could get this ironed down by the time, you know, we get to the, January, it'd be nice, because then we can make any alterations before the February meeting. So if you could have this figured out by first week or so, second week of January, we could alter it and make cut some savings in our budget. I would really love to go into our budget at town meeting with a level funding, basically. That would be pretty special. Okay. PFAS monitoring, we're all fine with that. It's the funding for that, by the way, wherever I come across that one. I had a call out to John Hatch. He hadn't got back to me. I was looking for some information on, how we're shaping up for, call volume percentage related to other towns, because we had 84 something was our, I'll call it 500, was our contract. We budgeted 85, and you go 3% a year, so we should be ballpark 87. I have a feeling the usage on the top of Green Mountain is going to drive that up. How much, I don't know. So I put a placeholder in at 90,000 until I get better information. So.
Placeholder at 90 is good.
Okay.
I agree with you. I think the volume's up high enough percentage-wise, we're gonna get a bigger cut.
Yeah, and that's gonna be an issue.
Bigger cut plus 3% contract increase.
And if it is a bigger, percentage has come in, then I think it's gonna have to probably talk to Eric and see what he's doing. He hasn't, provided any more of the offset being, that whole good neighbor speech. Haven't seen the money, so, I know he kinda had a stalled project in front of the planning board, but that's not to say that anybody's opposing it. But yeah, anyway, all right, so that's that one, bridges, so that gets us down to, I'll do solid waste, because that's where we're gonna see some conversation. We've got 4323. Now, on this sheet, I moved, a bunch of numbers, and we added money for the employees, salary-wise, $18, $15, $15, and the new position, I'm making allowances for $14 an hour. My thought is, we gotta hire somebody. All our guys are 60 or older, and if we can find a good candidate.
They haven't been able to take any vacation this year because we haven't had enough staff.
I did have that conversation just this past weekend. Yes.
So you remember to shut it off over there?
We'll try.
We'll see.
We'll pull a plug.
There you go. Oh, okay, that worked. I didn't realize you were still going.
Oh, yeah. So, all right. So I was cutting certifications down by 270 because a lot of it's virtual unless, I think that was probably covering mileage in there too, because there was no allotment for mileage in the past.
Just upping back on a couple of them, that would have been a couple $100 just in mileage.
Yeah, exactly. So, repairs, we spent $4,400 last year, which was an all-time high. This year, we're doing much better, and we changed companies for the maintenance, and that seems to be working out a lot better.
Did we have the maintenance contract built into this last year, or did we have that?
No,
It should be in this line then, right? Or
well,
in this category?
It really wasn't, it wasn't really like an all-inclusive contract, though. It was just to come up to do an annual service and an inspection.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that big of a, it was under $1,000 anyway, right? Do you remember?
$700 or $800.
Well, I thought it was about $100 an hour or something. So it was about $400 or $500.
Some parts.
Yeah, minus any.
Yeah, replace some parts too. So.
Yeah, well, that's the maintenance part. That all of that is there was a fee just for them to come up and do an inspection. Yep. Everything after that was just going to be normal maintenance, but the company was doing it now was a different company. So this year we've got $3,000 basically as of the middle of the month, my numbers. So I was figuring cutting it back $500 because last year was our all-time high, and that would cover it. This allows us to pick up basically $10,000 on salaries because we're moving all those salary lines up somewhat to levels that we had previously discussed, really. So then it's supplies, I'm keeping the same, telephone keeping the same, hazardous house waste day I put up to $1,700. I think they're looking to keep everything the same next year, but I can't say that for a fact. So with all that said and done, I've got $92,967, which is about a $9,500 increase. That seems pretty daunting unless you went back historically and you looked at some of the older years gone by stuff. We actually were at $90,000 in 2017 for one of these two line items. So maybe it was containers at that time, but I'm figuring that's not going to be horrifying, especially when you go to the other sheet, 4324 solid waste for the containers. I kept all the containers the same, with the exception of our main containers that kind of cover everything. I dropped that $10,000. So we're actually going to see a decrease on this line down to from $84,000 to $73,200, which is over. It's like 10.8. So you just got an offset on both sides.
So you're reducing the containers by 10?
Yeah. And that's what so far what we're showing is under containers, we're 30,000, almost 31,000 under middle of this month.
Okay.
So then you break that down by an average of the month and you run it through. That gives us savings, but you also have a 2.5% increase. So I figured it's tight, but it's not fluff, and it covers the anticipated cost unless for some reason we have more trash next year. I think we've only done our first election. Thanks for having the moderator's pin, huh? Yeah, the one item on there was interesting, was e-waste, which we haven't had a charge for this year. And in the past, it's been a big item.
I'm just trying to find that NRRA page that I had printed.
Because we just put out for about $800, we just did that for like $800 was the e-waste just out. So to me, it looks like we're sufficiently funded, but.
923, I thought we just had another pickup.
For e-waste?
Maybe it was 923.
Yeah, that was our first one this year.
So, yeah, 570 was what was in here, Freon, I'm sorry, plus another. So, yeah, so Freon doesn't count in there, right?
No, Freon looks like he's got that under miscellaneous.
Okay.
305, and 0 under Freon, so I think there was just a bookkeeping issue.
Yeah, we're 570 as of September 23rd for electronics.
Oh, it wasn't even 800. So, and that's budgeted for 2,000, and that can cover.
I think we can get that down to $1,000.
Well, here's what I was thinking, is that keep that in as a cushion for, because I'm cutting a few things.
Okay.
And we're still, what we're doing here is we're still reducing over $1,000 or $824 from last year, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, the COVID thing at the beginning of the year where we were shut down for a tiny bit, and
Sort of
there could be some COVID effect relative to the lower usage on this area.
Right. Right. So, I mean, I think this is pretty tight, and I'm going tight on containers because I wanted to offset some of that salary that we kind of, you know, I don't see a way of getting away from the salary. I would say, what do we have here? I had some numbers. In 2017 was a really, that was a real low year they had budgeted, and it was for just $11 under 147,000. So I'm just going to call it 147,000. You had a 2% contractual increase then, and if you had gone with a 3% on average every year after that of increases in the industry, that gets you up to just about 164,000. And these two budget sheets that we're looking at here, we're proposing 166,000. So, I mean, when you do a historical perspective, that's pretty good. If I took the 2018 numbers when I came on the board, the budget that they had in place when I came on, so I inherited that budget just like Tom inherited this year's. It was 174,000. And if you just did 2.5% like Waste Management does, that's 187,000 and change for this year. So we're 21 grand under if we had stayed the course when I come on the board. And if we had a 3% increase from 2018, it'd be $190,000. So there's a $24,000 swing. So we present this. I think, you know, you look back in history and what could have been. I think our numbers are pretty darn good, and the Budget Committee should really appreciate the situation. My thought. So, here's highways and streets. What's that, Tom? Oh, okay, yeah, time for those. Okay, so PFAS stuff, that's coming in at the same price.
Yep.
So I just left that alone. Meals on Wheels, like I said, I left that alone. The Parks and Rec, do we want to stay with 10 grand and kick that to the?
I would say 10 until we can get better confirmation.
Okay, so I'll just kick that down the road to the Budget Committee and see what they can impart for wisdom. Okay, patriotic purchase, the purposes. that was underspent versus last year, and last year was an anomaly, so I elected to put $700 in, and patriotic purposes is $45.83.
Yeah, that's good,
Okay,
based on run rate, yep.
because we're under 500 today. You all right with that one, Tom?
Yep.
Okay. Debt service and tan, $1, just keep the lines open. General assistance, we already covered the supervisor. So, forest fires, already done. Library's been done, fire rescue, emergency management. So, what do we got left? This roads, I think we just have highways and streets, which I have. Yeah, okay. So highways and streets, always an interesting one. So, what we have for paving or road reconstruction is, that's not part of the budget, but Dave had it on his sheet, that's a warrant item, so that's $250, as you know, or $210. But I'm going to just leave that out of the bottom line on this one. So, calcium chloride, 26 grand again, we almost hit that, so that was pretty tight. Materials, Ron's not done, he's got other things to do, so we're at 39. And I figured to leave it at 50 because we have, materials, he used $15,000 thereabouts that we put aside, from last year. He's been using that up and tallying against it. He didn't want to give it to Brian because Brian seemed confused by it. So when he's done, that's coming in, but that's pretty much spent. So that would have gave us 65 grand, and we're probably going to be over 40 already, heading to 50. So, road contractor, I know there's money in there right now. We're over, but that hasn't been separated out because Brian hasn't found the road reconstruction portions of things that were spent, bringing in materials on Green Mountain Road for the paving, Pine River Culvert, Green Mountain Road Culvert. So I've got to come in and sit on one day, probably next week, and land here. So that, I'm saying leave it at 95. Yep. And level funding. Hi, Randy. We're just finishing up. Please bear with us if you can. Roadside, clearing and mowing, that at 25, that's really where any money that we're having extra to do anything, and Ron wants to get out and pull some stumps and rocks, so.
Yeah, I really want to see us check out maybe hiring an independent tree company to come in and every single year, just
do something.
Allocate something to try to trim some of these limbs and trees back from the roadways.
All right, so I'm good with leaving it there. You're good, Tom. Okay. Signs and equipment, we know we're going to spend some money there, and Tom's finishing up on some of those signs. So I put $1,500 to bring that up because signs are really expensive, and that's just ridiculous. Winter road contract went up $52.50, so that's at $249,750. That's not much of an increase when you really think of things percentage-wise. Winter road materials, holding at 70 personally because we got off light last year, but we've had subsequent years that have gone over budget.
Well, and everything I've read for this winter is supposed to be wet
and
icy and not as much snow.
And I was going to hold the line at 17.5 for crack sealing because the more roads we pave and fix, the more likely we are to need to use that money to keep them together, specifically town.
We did 26 last year.
No, 17.5 crack sealing. It's at the bottom of your.
Oh, crack sealing. I'm sorry, I'm looking at calcium chloride.
Yep. No, calcium.
No, that's good. 17.5 works. Yep.
Okay, so I think that was $534,750, but I'll double check through those numbers. This is the last item we're on, Randy. So will be right with you to work on those air conditioners. Now I've got 531, 750. I will try again.
Read that again.
500, 70,000. Okay. 17,500. That's 285 with everything other than the road, the plowing. 750. So the 750 is tight. The 4 is right. Yep. So I'm going to say my original number was correct. 249,750. Yes. 534,750.
Just add $5 to it, see if Dave picks it up.
Messing with Dave and budget cycle. All right, so I think that's everything on the budget that we've gone
That
through.
means we've got everything for him now.
Yes.
To get that thing on. Okay, good.
So yeah, now this is, it's
That's fun too, time.
exactly. And I think it's all pretty tight. And if we get a little bit of information here or there that, forces an adjustment, that's great. But the big thing to me is this is all done. And we don't have to double around with this on a weekly basis.
Good.
I'm all in favor of not doing that. All right. Now we get to lift heavy objects.
All right, make a motion to adjourn.
I will second that.
I make a all right.
Al and I.
Thank you, folks.